that it must begin.
Hello, 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 folks. How are we doing today? We're going to get started here in about 1 minute. I hope everybody's having a great weekend so far, and it's great to have you all here with us today. Really looking forward to it and happy to see you all here. We'll see you all in about 30 seconds. Hey, Extraordinary 07, good to have you here. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Hey, Extraordinary. And I want to thank Becky Dot, Arcanus Snap, Tegan the Heathen, Apple Niner, Geomodigwe, Jazzwamp 422, Black Magus, Mono Louise, Rishikanta, Sense Bad, and Dominican Hokaje. Thank you so much for the follows, folks. Really appreciate that. Good to have you all here. Hop Out Anew says, where were the previous classes recorded? Yes, they were. I just need to publish them to YouTube. They were recorded. The previous classes would be for my Python series that we went through. I believe we ended up with 13 or 14 parts. It was the longest series I've ever done. It was really fun. So I will be publishing, the first 6 parts are on YouTube now. I'll be publishing the remaining parts to YouTube here soon. And once I do that, I will have the entire thing as a playlist. The first 6 parts are in a playlist now, and I will add the remaining parts to that playlist so that you can watch the entire series easily on YouTube ad-free. Hey, Rishikanta. Hello, good to have you here. Hey, Wazi. Hello from Pakistan. Good afternoon. May we have a wonderful day today. Exactly. I hope we all have a wonderful day today. Yes. Yeah, and when I do publish those videos to YouTube, I generally make a post about it. So you'll see, if you follow me on Blue Sky, which you should, you'll see a post about that on Blue Sky for when I publish the remaining videos in the series. JR says, this is such perfect timing as I'm thinking about learning Python. Oh, that's marvelous. I just learned Python with this series that we did. I didn't know it before, and it has been so awesome so far, just given my career. So as many of you know, I am a data engineer. That's what I do for my day job. And I kind of got this far in my career without knowing Python. And I mean, it's fine. There's lots of different ways you can slice and dice data without Python. Like with anything, there's a lot of different tools that you can use to attack any job. But I found that now that I know Python, I have so many more options if I'm presented with data, especially data that's very chaotic or messy data, that I can go in there and just be like, let's just clear out all this noise. We don't have to do anything manually. We're just going to write some Python, strip all the junk out, and be left with only the stuff we want to see, formatted, organized, and exactly the way we want it to be. So for me, knowing Python has been truly a lot of fun and truly useful, just in the few couple months that I've actually known any Python. So it's been really worthwhile to learn. And hopefully, JR, if you're thinking about learning Python, you're going to get to see an example of how we can do some pretty cool stuff with Python today. So, like my post on Blue Sky said, and like this stream description says, we are actually going to do some HTML scraping with Python today for a real project that I'm working on for a local organization that I volunteer for. And I essentially just need to pull some data together for them that is not in a convenient format. It's in a bunch of gnarly HTML that I've scraped from a website. And so I need to strip out the data, write it to a CSV, and then that CSV data is going to get written to a database. So we're going to do the scraping part today, get the data all nice and lovely formatted and in a nice CSV file. And then what we're probably going to do in subsequent streams is build out this backend for this project that I'm working on. We're going to be, so if you're interested in SQL or relational databases or backend, that's probably going to be the next part of this. Is we are going to be taking this CSV data, we're going to be translating it into a SQL database, putting it in a SQL database, making it queryable, ready to go, so that my full stack application can read it. Hey, Phil, good to have you here. Welcome. Hey, Mattel. Hey, Apple Niner, welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. Welcome. They say just learning Python and data science properly, so this is super relevant to me right now. That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah, data science is super cool. Before I was working more on the dev side of things, I was actually a data analyst. So I was never a data scientist. I did actually major in statistics in college, but I never was very good at it, I guess I'll say. I never really had a passion for the statistics side of it. I have a hard time pronouncing statistics. I stutter when I say it. But so I never really enjoyed that part, but the part I did enjoy was more of the code, the tech, that type of thing, technology. And so that's kind of how I ended up in the data engineering space, was coming from data analytics. I was like, okay, what do I like about data analytics? I like using software and tech to solve problems. And so then I kind of fully went into the dev space. But data science is super cool. I feel like if I was more inclined towards statistics, that's probably would be what I would be doing. But my passion is more on just the general dev side of things. But yeah, that's the cool part about all of this, is there's so many different paths you can take depending on your interests. And yeah, that's my favorite part of working in tech, honestly, is how many paths you can find yourself going down. So I'm gonna take a quick hydrate here. Before we really get started, just a reminder that if you would like closed captions, so live subtitles for this stream today, you can move your mouse over the right side of your screen around here, and you'll see a little closed caption icon pop up. If you click that, that will turn on live closed captioning for this stream. I know I do tend to talk rather quickly sometimes. And if English is not your first language, or if you just have some trouble processing audio sometimes, closed captions can be helpful. Hey, Celeste, good to see you. I'm going to turn out my light here a little bit. I'm kind of being cautious about the lighting today. I'll be honest, I'm coming off the backside of a pretty terrible sinus headache. So I have spent most of the day in bed, but I think we're on the other side of it now. And I was really excited that I was feeling better in time to, be here on stream with you all today. So if I sound a little rough, that's probably why. But we're back on track now, and I'm really excited to be here with you all. Okay, so what are we doing? I've kind of been over the past few weeks here with Python. As we've been learning Python, I've kind of been alluding to, the reason why I'm learning Python is for this project that I'm working on. And the goal here is that I volunteer with a museum that is associated kind of with my local library. And the museum is located near a graveyard, which is a little bit sounds a little bit odd, right? But the cool thing is that graveyards are such sources of history in themselves, right? Each of the graves in a graveyard tells the story, right? Generally, you can draw inferences about the type of people that live in your community, like the maybe some famous names that may have lived in your community. And the graveyard really holds all of that history. And since this museum is near a graveyard, we get a lot of questions about the graveyard, where can I find a grave, that kind of thing. And even though the museum is not associated with the graveyard, we thought we could maybe make it easier for people to find their loved ones in this graveyard. If maybe they only know the person's, maybe they always knew the person is Granny, right? They don't know the person's real name. Maybe they only, know a nickname or a maiden name. And it's like, okay, can we help these people find their relatives in this graveyard? Hey, web developer, good to have you here. And so the idea is that I offered to build essentially a full stack web application that would allow people to search for parts of, whatever information about this person that they know, birth date, death date, maiden name, last name, even approximations. Like if they kind of maybe they know what the name started with, that type of thing, allowing for those sorts of very fuzzy searches, and then showing the information that we have on this person in that graveyard. Hey, Sikorda, good to have you here. And so the idea is that, I would build this application and make it a lot easier for people to search, because we did have essentially they had a binder, like a printed binder with like printed Excel spreadsheets in it that you'd have to flip through, and try to find people in the graveyard. But that's really difficult, especially for people who, may not know a lot of information about the person that they're searching for. You might not have enough information to find the right page in this giant binder, right? And so I'm working on building this full stack application for this museum so that they can just have it pulled up on a computer there. And essentially people can search whatever they want. And the best part is if they find something that is wrong in the information that we have, it can be edited. So essentially they say, oh, well, my grandmother's maiden name was spelled wrong, right? This is not correct. Or, this here says that, that my mom passed away in, 1950. She actually passed away in 1948. So, stuff that's occasionally wrong, right? That happens. Oh, Frank's Music, thank you so much for the follow. And so the idea is that, I would build this application, it would have this edit feature, and then, but not everybody would be able to edit it. It would be locked behind username and password, and so they'd have to have a docent with them while they're editing. But then updates could be made, and things like, notes can be added to the application. Messages from family members, things they would want the community to know about this person, making it very sort of localized and personal to this particular location, to this particular cemetery. And so in order to do that, obviously we need data, right? We need data to populate. We need data about the locations of these graves. We need information about, basically about who is in this cemetery, right? And so I have some Excel spreadsheets. They are not great. That's not to knock the people that put these spreadsheets together. It's just that it's all very messy data, right? And that's something you kind of have to work with. But I wanted to start from, when I'm gathering this data, I wanted to start from a foundation of more organized data and then add in the data from these spreadsheets that I have in order to, make the data that I already have better. And then it'll be further edited by the community and really just kind of improved altogether. So in so many words, that's kind of why we're doing this. This is why I've learned Python, because I want to get my standardized data from the site Find a Grave. I'm curious, have you all heard of Find a Grave before? To be clear, this is not the website that I have built. That I'm building. This is not the full stack app I'm building. This is a website that anybody can use and go to right now. Has anybody heard of Find a Grave before? Yeah, Apple Niner says they've heard of it. JR's never heard of it. Yeah, it's kind of similar to like Ancestry.com. I think they're owned by the same company or whatever. But it's essentially a place where you can search for a grave. You know, based on information that you know, you can find a grave, find its location, find information about it, and most of it is crowdsourced. It includes photos of graves and that type of thing. Hey, Sehorn, welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. Yeah, and I feel like a lot of people haven't heard of it, but I just wanted to put it out there that this could be even useful for you. If you're ever looking for a family member, you might not know where they're buried. This could be useful to help you find them. And so essentially what I'm doing, whole reason why I learned Python in the first place is I'm going to be scraping data from this Find a Grave website and using it as the starting point for the application that I'm building. Now, I want to be clear that all the data that I'm going to be scraping from Find a Grave is publicly available. It's not paywalled. It is fully available without a login. It is just all here. So none of this is private. None of this is secure. All of it is very surface level and fully publicly available. So I'm not using Python or BeautifulSoup for anything, for any nefarious purposes. All of this is fully available. And also, too, you might say, well, why don't you just use an API? Like, wouldn't this just be easier to get with an API? And my answer to that would be yes, I fully agree with you. However, Find a Grave does not have an API. They have no public API access whatsoever. I'm sure they have a private one, but they do not have a public API that the community can access, or even one that we could pay to access. Unfortunately, I even went so far as emailing support for the Find a Grave website to say, hey, here's why I want some information. Here's exactly what I'm using this information for. Is there any way I can get it via an accessible API? And they essentially said no. So that's why I had to learn Python in order to essentially grab the HTML myself so that we can scrape it, get the data that I want from it, and turn that data into something we can actually use. So, and to show you kind of why we're doing that, and I see there's a question here. I'll get to that in just a second, I promise. So this is kind of, in this example, we're going to look at a cemetery. This is not the cemetery I'm actually going to be profiling, but it is a similar cemetery. So when you go to this, you can search by a particular cemetery. So for example, this is all of the memorials in Mount Hope Cemetery. And you can see that there's 33,391 records, right? That is a lot of graves. This cemetery is actually bigger than the real one I'm going to be working with, but it's a good example of kind of how this data is stored. So here's what the data looks like. If I just want to get all the graves in this cemetery, I essentially have to do it page by page. Oh my goodness, Dynamico, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Wow, that's so wonderful. Thank you. It's great to have you here. Thanks for the sub. You're very cool. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I need to add some sound effects to that GIF. And thank you for the follow as well. Wow, double whammy, Dynamico. Thank you. Very sweet of you. But yeah, so here's what the data actually looks like just on the screen. So you can see it's kind of paginated, right? It's by page, and we only get like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So we only get 20 results per page. We only get 20 results per page, right? And you can do infinite scroll, so at least I don't have to click page next every single time. We can do infinite scroll here, but like, you know, just copying and pasting this, it really isn't going to work because you've got ads mixed in there. I've got a pretty strong ad blocker, so you won't see them. But there are, if I didn't have an ad blocker, you would see ads all over this page. It's nasty. It's just not formatted well for, like, I can't turn around and just upload this directly into a spreadsheet and then put it into a database, right? It's just not going to work. I need to somehow pull all this information down and then process it so that it can actually be turned into like a relational format, right? Like a table. I need to grab, I want to grab information like the names. I want to grab information, birth and death dates, whether they're a veteran, all sorts, where are they located? What's their plot? That kind of thing. So this is really a perfect application of Python's ability to take HTML and turn it into something useful. Web dev says they have the data, so they don't want to give it to you. So now we need to scrape. Essentially, I mean, it's not that they don't want to give it to me. It's just that they don't have a public access point. They're giving me this data by showing it to me on a public website, right? Like this, like I said, I want to be very clear. All this is public. All I'm doing is just figuring out how to get it off of this website and into a into a spreadsheet and into a database, and share some information. So I'll give you a sense of kind of what I'm kind of going for here, what the kind of the end result that we want to get to. One second. And I'll zoom in on this so you can see it. Oh, and I didn't do that right. Hang on. I gotta get all the columns. All right, data to columns. Delimited, it's comma delimited. Yeah, there we go. And I'll zoom in so you can see it a little better. So this is essentially the data that I'm trying to retrieve, or the format that I want to put this data into. So I want to be able to grab this data, and I want to grab essentially all the different parts of these people's names, all the possible elements of their names. I want to grab information about whether they were a veteran, information about whether they have maybe a prefix or a suffix on their name. So for example, like reverend or corporal, or let's say, you know, for a suffix, you might have junior, senior, MD, all those different things, third, fourth, fifth, whatever. And then also, you know, like I said, birth date, death date, day, month, year for birth and death. And then also, like their location, right? Like what section of the cemetery are they in, or what lot of the cemetery are they in? And so somehow we need to be able to translate this data that looks like this into data that looks like this, into a nice, well-formatted spreadsheet, with, you know, everything very standardized. So hopefully that makes sense, what we're trying to do. And what we're going to do today is we're essentially just going to walk through that process. So especially if maybe you're not that familiar with Python, this is kind of be a step-by-step guide to how we get from data that looks like this, very messy, you know, lots of things like images and weirdly formatted, and into a very standardized, separated out, you know, delimited file that can essentially be uploaded directly into a database using something like Supabase. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. Hey SK, welcome to the stream. They say, I've completed CS50X and now in the middle of CS50 Python. I tried web development, but I didn't find it interesting, and data science excites me. So can you suggest me some resources or guide me how I can reach that goal? So I'll say I'm not a data scientist. I'm a data engineer, so slightly different. But yeah, learning Python is a great place to start. You know, with data science, I would say, you know, probably one of the best places to start. And so I would say just keep continuing with CS50 Python. I would not, you know, I think a common mistake that people make while learning is that they try to take on too much at once. So just keep going on CS50 Python. And as you get through it, that'll give you some ideas on projects that you can do. And once you finish CS50 Python, then do actual projects with it. Like that's what we did. We just finished a Python course. And now what are we doing? We're turning around, we're building something with what we just learned, right? There's really no better way to really make sure you're actually learning than to actually apply what you just learned. So I would say finish CS50 Python. Sounds like you're already, you know, working your way through it. That's great. And then build something real with it. Start building out a portfolio. Start doing actual analytics and data science with what you've learned. And as you do that, you'll pick up more tools, you'll make connections, build a portfolio that you can show to people. And I think that's going to be your best approach. But yeah, don't try to start being like, oh, I got to learn R and I got to learn SAS and I got to learn all this other stuff. Just finish Python, start building stuff with it, and that'll lead you down the path to, you know, more tools and ideas as you go. And yeah, Joey brings up a great point as why Find a Grave probably doesn't have an accessible API. Is just because a lot of sites want you to visit their site to see ads. And yeah, and they don't make any money with an API unless they sell access to it. And honestly, I would have been willing to pay to access their API, but they don't have one. So we got to do what we got to do, right? And I did mention too, that I have a pretty strong ad blocker, but you can see there's spaces for ads everywhere on this page. And so if I had that turned off, you would see this whole thing just swarming with ads. So pretty gnarly. So that's why we're going to grab this data. We're just simply just going to grab a bunch of HTML. We're going to pull it down ourselves, and we are going to sort of walk through it together and learn how we can use BeautifulSoup to identify the important elements and then to extract and standardize those elements. So just kind of looking at like some of the names that you see here on the screen, I'm going to ask you, chat, what are some of the challenges that we think we might encounter as we're trying to essentially standardize this data into, figuring out things like, prefixes, first, middle, last, maiden names. What are some of the challenges that you think we might encounter with this data? Hey, KP, good to see you. What do you think, chat? RDT says same names, same dates. Not necessarily in this case. It's okay. So in this case, we're not necessarily going for uniqueness because each of these entries is going to have a unique, what they call a memorial ID. So Find a Grave already gives them the unique ID, and we're just going to scrape that too. We're going to grab that memorial ID as well. So our database is going to have unique IDs for all these entries. Yeah, Apple Niner says variations in punctuation, gaps in data, right? Foreign characters, first, second, last name. Yeah, so missing fields. Yeah, all of those are going to be huge challenges for us. So for example, let's just look at like these first few names. These are all great examples. Look at this first name. This person or this name literally has a punctuation mark in it. I'm not sure if that's intended or not, but it's there, right? We're gonna have to deal with it regardless. And just to kind of give some context, for example, if a woman has a maiden name, so a name that she had, a last name that she had before she was married, the maiden name is included here. So for example, this person's full name, first name is Elizabeth, middle name is Anna, maiden name is Woolweber, last name is Agard, right? But this person here is a person that did not have a maiden name, and they just have first name Kai, last name Agard, but they have a prefix of corporal, right? So we have right here, we have all these different name formats just right out the gate, right? We have women with maiden names. We have people with special prefixes. Look down here, this next entry here. This person has a nickname. So that's not, so if we were just, let's say we were just being simple about it and being like, okay, first word is first name, last word is last name, middle word is middle name, right? In that case, that wouldn't be correct. That would be wrong because this is not a middle name, this is a nickname, which I would consider part of the first name, right? So this person was, their real name was probably Jan Ardema, but they were always called John as their first name. So we would need to be able to handle these as a special exception. We need to be able to handle maiden names. We need to be able to handle special prefixes. Sometimes middle names might just be one letter, right? Or look what we see here. Look at this name. This person has a first name of Dieta, right? With a maiden name of Bro. So it looks like they don't have a middle name, but their first name is Dieta. Yeah, and Joey says, and dates may not also be exact either, right? Yeah, let's look at this one. Henrietta L. Abbey. They passed away in 1844, but we don't have an exact date. However, their death date is full, right? 1 Sep 1911, but we don't have information about the month or the year for the starters. And down here, this person doesn't have any information, just 1872 to 1952, right? So we can already see just in like the first, 20 entries in this list, there's already a tremendous amount of variation, right? There's all, like, names are weird, right? Names all over the world are weird. They have special characters. They have different spellings. There's just all sorts of different permutations. And yeah, check out this one here. This person, William R. Bill Abbott Jr., this person probably had two first names, like William Robert, and then a nickname of Bill, and then a last name of Abbott. So I don't see a middle name here necessarily, although there is, I'll get to it later, there's a way we can check that. But, this name is formatted even differently than the others. Yeah, exactly. You're starting to get it. Mawe says it looks like a nightmare to program so many exceptions. Exactly. Right? And so you could drive yourself up the wall trying to account for every single exception or every single possible permutation that a name could take, right? Checking, having custom logic to check for every single potential way a name could be formatted. And so maybe we need to think about this a little bit smarter. And so, yes, looking at the data as shown to the user is a little bit of a nightmare, right? And yeah, we can check in, we can click into these and look at the actual page and see if we can get more information that way. Doesn't really help. We don't have, there's nothing really broken down into name parts or anything like that. But let's take a dive into the HTML. And first, let's go ahead and we're gonna grab the HTML. And then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to open it up in VS Code and we're going to take a closer look and see exactly what is stored in that HTML and whether anything might be able to help us, whether we can find some commonalities that can help us actually identify the elements that we want to extract to help us try to bring this data under control in some way, shape, or form. Figure out, is there a standard way that we can parse out these name parts, that we can parse out birth dates, death dates, veteran status, all the things that we want to extract into this application. And Odera brings up a good point. They say getting this perfect is not possible from that data. Yeah, and it's never going to be perfect. But if we're smart about it, there's things that we can do to, I guess, work smarter, not harder, right? So let's take a look at the HTML. So we're just going to inspect here. I'm going to pull this over so y'all can see it. Give me 1 second. All right, so we can see the HTML here. This is just in the inspect window. And you can see it's pretty messy, right? I'm sure that if you've looked at real website HTML before, it's basically stuffed full of things like scripts and analytics tags and tracking cookies and ad windows and things like that. They're everywhere. And so sometimes the challenge is to figure out, okay, how do I get down to the actual data that I'm seeing here on the screen? So I'm going to click inspect on a specific entry here, which is going to help us drill down to the part that we actually care about. So starting all the way up here, we can see that we don't care about this, we don't care about all these wrappers, headers. We're heading down to the body here. Now we're getting into some good stuff here. So we can see there's actually a comment in the HTML that says memorial search result list begins. This is probably what we're looking for, right? Memorial search result list begins. And here's a div that says memorial search list. And then there's some junk here. And then we see memorial list data. Yeah, so this is looking better. And then as we scroll down a little bit farther, we can see that, these are actual divs these are parent divs for the actual pages. So we've only gone down 2 pages here. So not a lot of data, but just kind of a nice summary of what we're looking at. And then if we go down in here, now there's a div for the actual memorial. And if we expand this, we'll keep going. Here's a thing for the picture. And aha, here we go. Here's information about the name. We've got something about flowers, we don't really care about that. Here's some information about the birth and death dates. So yeah, I think this is kind of what we're looking for. And there's information here. If there was a location for this grave, I think the information would be in here. So let's look at a couple more here and see if we can see some commonalities. No grave photo. Birth and death dates. Showing flowers have been left. I want to find one who's an actual. We're gonna go to an actual somebody who's maybe a veteran with an actual grave location here. Let's see if we can find one. Oh, here we go. Yeah, this person. We're gonna inspect them. So picture, and then we've got the name information. Yeah, so check this out. Look what we have here. So we've got their name. So it's in an I tag, right, with a class of PE2. We've got a prefix span here. We've got a prefix span here, and we can see that their name here is Kai Agard. So we've got some identifying sort of tags here that we'll be able to parse with Python really easily in order to retrieve this information, because we can look for a specific I tag with a class of PE2, and from there, if they have a prefix, we can pull it out into a prefix, and then from inside the I tag itself, we can just grab the contents, and that's a name there for us. And then also, this person is a veteran, right? So they have a specific span with a title of veteran. You know, it shows up as this little V tag in the actual display data, but there's plenty of identifying tag information that we don't need. We don't care about this image. This doesn't matter. There is plenty of tag information in here that we can use to say, hey, if this tag exists, they're a veteran, and if not, they're not. So that actually is going to be pretty useful for us. And then, we've got birth and death dates here. And if we look at these birth and death dates, what do you notice? So for example, here's one here, and then there's another one down here. What do you notice about the format of these birth and death dates? So there's one up here, and there's one down here. What do you notice about the format? What do you think we could use to extract this information? Sequoia says, have you considered LLM parsing? It's free with Mistral. We don't need LLM parsing for this. It's really not necessary. The Python itself is not that difficult to write. Just all it takes is a little elbow grease to identify the common elements, and then we can very quickly write Python using BeautifulSoup to just extract what we need. Appleliner says date, month in abbreviation, and year. Yes. So yeah, so we can see that the format here appears to be day. Month is spelled out, and then year. Yeah, so day, month, year. Exactly. What else do you notice about the way that the birth and the death dates are formatted? What else do you notice might be standard between, for example, these two? And we'll pull up another one here. How can we quickly identify the birth and death dates? Here's a couple good examples. Yeah, hyphenation split, right? So the birth date comes first, and the death date comes second, separated by a hyphen. Sorry. So can see we've also got a standard date format here within a very specific B tag called birth death dates. So we've got a B tag with a special class so that we can single out this one individual tag. And this will always contain birth and death dates because it has that name. And then we can follow a standard format to parse these two dates, because we know that the date before the tag is going to be the birth date, and the date after the tag is going to be the death date. And, there may be missing parts of this date, right? But it's not going to be that difficult to just take this and break it into as many parts as it has, and then use that to fill in, okay, what is the day, what is the month, what is the year? Yeah, I have worked on this project before. You're exactly right, Icefire. We're back on the cemetery project. Because previously I'd gotten to a point where I'd actually built the application, like the full stack application. I just didn't have the data for the backend because I wasn't able to scrape the data that I needed because I didn't know Python. So now that I know Python, we're back at it, and we're hitting it from the back end, going toward the front end. And so now I finally feel like I have all the pieces that I need in order to really finish this project. Yeah. Joey says, I'm not a computer to check, but does this site have that feature where it loads more results as you scroll down, or pagination? Something to be aware of. Yes, you're exactly right. It does. And we'll talk about that in just a second. Right now, we're just looking at 2 pages from results, but I'll show you how it does pagination in a minute. And it's pretty funny. So yeah, we kind of see some standard elements, right, that we can use. And the last one here, I'm going to pull this over to see if you can maybe see it. See if I can get this to wrap a little better. Yeah, pull that over. Okay, there we go. You should just be able to see that. So another thing to notice here is I mentioned earlier that Find a Grave gives each memorial a unique ID, right? Find a Grave gives each memorial a unique ID, but on this particular page that we're looking at, you can't see that ID. It doesn't show it to you. It doesn't show it to the user. You would have to click into these in order to actually see the memorial ID. I want to capture that memorial ID, but fortunately, because these are clickable links, each of them has a URL that contains that unique ID right here in the HTML. So here you can see that the whole thing is wrapped in an anchor tag, and the href on that anchor tag has memorial / and then the unique ID / the person's name, right? So down here, we've got this person here, memorial / memorial ID, person's name. And then memorial / and then person's name. Now, as I kind of look at these URLs, aside from the memorial ID, is there anything else that you notice about the way that they're put together? What else do you notice about these URLs? So they all start with memorial, and then they have the memorial ID. Yeah, Apple Niner says first name, last name, it looks like. Yeah, we're seeing name elements here, right? So this person is Elise Abaye. This person is Kai Agard. So first name, last name. This person here has a middle name. So Richard F Abel. Now let's look at another one here. Let's look at Elise Mortensen. So Elise Mortensen, or actually no, let's look at this one. Elizabeth Anna Woolbrother Agard. So this person has potentially 4 names. We noticed earlier that the maiden names are in italics, right? The maiden names are in italics, but we don't know if this person's first name was Elizabeth Anna or was Anna her middle name. We don't know. We have no way to tell. But let's inspect this and see if there's anything we can find out just by looking at the HTML. All right, so by looking at the HTML, and it's actually taking me right to the line. Let's, instead of looking at just trying to look at the raw name itself, because if we look at the raw name itself, I don't think it's going to help us very much. Let's see, you want to go to memorial item info, grave. And the name is in here. Yeah, so I mean, the name is still kind of in plain text. This could be this could be the person's first name, or it could be first middle followed by maiden and then followed by last name. We don't really know. But I think the URL might be able to help us a little bit, because as we saw with the other person, it was like their middle name was F, right? And so it went first -- middle -- last, right? And so here, based on the way this URL is constructed, it looks like her first name was Elizabeth, her middle name was Anna, and then her last name was Agard. So that seems to kind of clear up the mystery for us, right? We can see, based on the way that these URLs are constructed, that it seems to be first, middle, last. Now, what do you not see in here? What do you not see in this URL? Yeah, maiden name, right? Yeah, so we're starting to kind of see how these URLs are constructed. It looks like the URLs are really standardized to show first, middle, if it exists, and last name as the specific identifiers in the URL. So for those tricky kind of names, like this person, the person we're looking at now, where just if we were just looking at it, it would say Elizabeth Anna Woolweber Agard, right? It's a little hard to tell what parts are what. We can actually look at the URL instead and say, okay, actually the parts are Elizabeth first, Anna middle, Agard last, and then go into this particular I tag to grab the maiden name. So we're going to have to use different parts of the HTML to kind of really figure out what this name is supposed to be, but it's still very possible for us to do. Even though it looks kind of like a nightmare, just reading it in plain text, if we dive a little deeper into the HTML, that's actually going to help us pull out these specific name parts. I'm going to try to find a really good one here. Yeah, let's look at Dr. Charles D. Abbey, right? Because this is another tricky one. Or no, let's look at I want to look at both of these, Charles D. Abbey and D. Etta Burroughs Abbey. So let's inspect this one. So again, just looking at the name itself, I mean, we notice that the prefix is called out in its own span, so that'll be helpful. And then Charles D. Abbey. Okay, so if we look at the URL here, yeah, it follows the same formats as the other one. It doesn't include the prefix, but it does clearly separate first, middle, last name. So I think this is going to be very useful for us in breaking apart this data in a logical way. Now I wanted to also look at this person here because they have a very unique name, D. Etta Burroughs Abbey. Yeah. So based on this URL, what is their first name? Based on what we know about how these URLs are constructed, what is their first name? Yeah, it's D. Etta. And how do we know? How do you decide that? Yeah, D and Etta are not separated by hyphens, right? Yeah, and if we were to actually pull this apart into plain text, which we will, you'll see that the D and Etta actually have an underscore between them. So to make a valid URL, you can't have spaces, and so they actually have an underscore between them. And so what we can do is, instead of trying to pull this out from the plain text, which would be pretty much impossible to identify whether this is supposed to be a first name or a first and middle, like whether her first name was D, middle name was Etta, last name Abbey. Instead, we can just go into this URL and be like, oh, what's the name before the hyphen here? Do they have first off, how many parts are in this name, right? We can split it by the hyphen and say, okay, there's one hyphen, so it has two parts. So we have a first name and we have a last name, and this is the first name, D. Etta. And then from there, it's just formatting to bring it back to, capital letters and spaces and all that kind of thing. So this is going to make our job infinitely easier as we try to split these names apart. So that kind of shows how we can, once we start kind of digging into the underlying data, there's oftentimes a logical structure that we can follow, even if sometimes that logical structure is hidden from us as like the user of the website, right? But in this case, the underlying structure, it's kind of, when I first started looking at this, I was like trying to come up with complex logic to parse all these weird names and like making assumptions and guesses and that type of thing. And then I was like, wait, all this is stored in a database somewhere. They have to have a logical way of organizing this information. I'm sure they're doing exactly what I'm doing behind the scenes somewhere. So surely there is a way that this information can be accessed in a more logical manner. And turns out it's in the URL. And then we can retrieve the extra stuff like prefixes and suffixes and, maiden names and stuff from this more chaotic raw text here. Because we can call them out with span. They're already called out with spans. They're called out with italic tags. All these things that we can fetch using BeautifulSoup. Okay? So that's kind of the investigation portion, is first just identifying what parts we actually want. And then the next part is obviously retrieving the data, right? And as Joey's Bytes mentioned earlier, they said, well, what about pagination? Isn't there just a bunch of pages? And yeah, you're not wrong. So in this case, you can see that there's 33,391 records found. And so what I'm going to do, and there's some settings here. So I'm using infinite scroll. So we don't have, explicit pagination, but you'll see it when it fetches another page of data. And so what I'd like y'all to do is, I know it's a little small, but take a look up here in my URL bar and just watch carefully as I scroll down. So what do you see? If you can see it. As I'm scrolling. What do you see happening? RDT says adding numbers. Yeah, it is essentially. It's counting up pages, right? So we can see here this says page 9. And after this kind of pound sign here, or hashtag, whatever you want to call it, there's a little bit of more text with some numbers, as RDT said. And what that's doing is it says SR-1077220171. So what do you think SR stands for? Any guesses? Yeah. It's either going to be, yeah, it could be site request. I'm thinking it's search results. So essentially what this is doing is, as you're scrolling, you can see like there's that little spinny there. What this is doing is, as I'm scrolling, it's just doing an Ajax fetch. So I kind of looked into what was happening here. And as I'm scrolling, it's just, once I hit a certain point on the page, it's doing an Ajax fetch, and it's hitting whatever database they use, whatever API they won't let me hit. And it's just fetching like the next 10 results. So 10 results at a time, it's just fetching more and more data. And so those numbers are changing. It's giving, each search request a unique ID, and it's just fetching more and more and more results. Now, if we didn't want all the results for the cemetery, that wouldn't be a huge deal, right? Because we'd be searching for, a specific name or specific last name. And so we might only have to scroll a couple times for us to get this. But in this case, we want everything for the cemetery. And that makes it a little bit harder, right? I'm not going to be, my finger would fall off. So K Martinez says Ajax fetch, does that mean they're event listeners? Yeah, it's essentially, I don't know, I didn't spend a lot of time looking at exactly what's happening here. I didn't dig into the script files for the pages or anything like that. I just saw that it was doing an Ajax fetch. And so essentially it's like an event listener that's listening for you to get, it's probably like an on scroll or an on scroll to point. I'm sure as you hit a specific point on the page, it triggers an event listener, which does the fetch and returns the next set of results starting in a specific, whatever point you left off. It's going to pull the next 10 results from that. So yeah. So fetch right there, fetch right there, fetch, it just keeps going. And as it's doing this, it is adding, I'm going to minimize this a little bit here for you. As I am doing this, it's adding to our search results. So here you can see each of these is a container for all the results on that page. So now we've gone down to like page 26. And so all of this are all the pages that we have fetched so far. So as we go, it's just adding to the HTML. It's just adding. Each page is getting added to the page HTML of the page. So we could scroll all the way back up to the top if we wanted. And so essentially this is creating just a big old bundle of HTML for us. Oh my goodness, Surya, thank you so much. Use your Prime sub too, that's awesome. That means it didn't cost you anything, and I love that. Here, I'm gonna give you my little thank you screen. Thank you for the sub. Good to have you here. I'm even wearing Pidge green today, so A couple of people have subbed so far, and it feels nice because I'm wearing, wearing page green today, matches my sub screen. Oh, it's very sweet of you. Thank you. But yeah, so essentially what we're building here as we're scrolling is a big old package of HTML that we can essentially extract and parse through. I mean, it's a lot of HTML, but if we're smart about how we write our Python, then what that's going to do is going to give us just a big old file that we can loop through. We can loop through each of these memorials, each of these memorial elements, and extract the elements that we want, the data elements that we want. Because as we've seen, they're pretty standardized, right? They may look a little bit chaotic just looking at them as a user, but as we start to look at the HTML data, we can see there's standard elements we can retrieve. The URLs are standardized. They all have unique identifiers. And so this is really it's pretty much ready for sort of backwards, rolling it backwards into like a database format, right? And so now the question is, how do we actually get this data? So I'll tell you what I did, and it may not be the best way, but, and again, this is not the actual cemetery I pulled my data from, but this is actually a much larger cemetery. The cemetery I pulled my data from had about 200 pages of records. So we'll go to about page 200 here. So you can skip to a specific page. And at the top of that, it says scroll up to see more. So we can go from page like 200 to page 199. And as we keep scrolling up, it's going to load, page 198, 197. And so essentially what I did with my cemetery, which had about, it was about 230 pages of records, I just started spamming page up. And I only had to do it for about 3 minutes. And until it had loaded all the pages in HTML. So like I say, probably not the best way to do it, but it only took me about 3 minutes. And I just, I didn't have to, my finger didn't fall off because I just spammed the page up button over and over again. Like this. Suri says, sorry, just joining. Is this what you were building last week? No, so this is actually for a volunteer. It's a Python project. So definitely still in a similar vein, using BeautifulSoup. Which is what we were using last week as well. But this is a project that I'm working on for a local museum that I volunteer for. So we're pulling down some grave data into a localized application that people can search and update. And so we're pulling some data, publicly available data from Find a Grave as HTML because they don't have an API. For whatever reason, they don't have a publicly accessible API. I asked them, they don't. And so we're essentially pulling it down as raw HTML and then using BeautifulSoup to, that's what I did. That's what I was trying to demonstrate. Is my finger didn't fall off because I was tapping page up. So yeah, that's what I did. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm just spamming page up and it's just loading each subsequent page. And so I did this for, 3 to 5 minutes. Not a big deal. I was listening to a podcast and then I waited until all the pages were loaded. You can see here just in those few seconds of frantic tapping, we're already to page 158. And so from there, all I did was just go back to inspect. Hey, Skinny Kenneth, I've been streaming. I haven't missed a stream. I've been streaming every Sunday, Kenneth. Good to see ya. But yeah, I've not been offline. I've been online every week. But yeah, so from there, we have like 50 pages of data loaded, right? So all we need to do is go back down and find the location of our elements here. And essentially, I can just minimize this. Oh, okay, Skinny Kenneth. Okay, you're a chef. Got it. So you weren't able to make my streams. I was like, wait, did you not see that I was live? I thought you were just like, no, you weren't live. But no, I get it. Yeah, you have a variable schedule. I totally get it. Absolutely. That's awesome that you're a chef and a programmer. That's very cool. Your schedule is messed up as possible. I feel that. I have a lot of respect for folks who, no, you're good. You're good. I have a lot of respect for folks that work in kitchen jobs and service jobs in general. That's brutal. I enjoy following the Kitchen Confidential subreddit because I always enjoy hearing their stories and things that happen in kitchens. I'm sure you've got some stories too. All right, but anyway, so now that we have all these 50 pages loaded, we can just grab all of them by finding their like parent container essentially and just grabbing the entire thing. So a way that you can do that is instead of having to like try to grab the entire page, we don't want all those ads, we don't want all the we don't want all the iframes, we don't want all the tracking cookies, we don't care about any of that. We just want our search results. So we find the actual content area, which I guess is technically here where it says memorial search result list begins and ends. We can find that here, and we can, if we want to be thorough, we can capture this whole thing. Oh, sorry, my dog is, I put a blanket on my dog earlier, and he just got up from the couch with the blanket still on him like a horse. It was pretty cute. Hi, buddy. So we can just grab this entire thing, and from there, we can literally say copy and copy element. And what that's going to do is that's going to copy the entirety of this element and everything in it. So all those 50 pages of search results, it's going to grab the entire thing and everything in it and save it as an HTML file. So we can copy it, and then from there we can just drop it into a HTML file in VS Code and save it and start working with it. So maybe not the most elegant solution, but it sure works. All right, so that'll be our next step, and we're gonna head there in just a second. But does anybody have any questions on what we just did or what we just looked at? Or what we're about to do? Especially since if you came in a little bit late, which is fine, no worries. It was helpful to see the breakdown. Okay, good. Yeah. And, keep in mind that this type of sort of preliminary investigation, looking at the HTML elements beforehand, can kind of give you a sort of a plan of attack as you're going into looking at this data. So, as a data engineer, one of the first things that I always do when I'm given a project, is I never just jump in and start building something, right? If they say, hey, customer wants this field pulled into this particular table. Oh, Bandokai, thank you so much for the follow. So I never just dive in and start building, because that's always a recipe for disaster. The very first thing you want to do is you want to get familiar with your data. Is this field that they say they want? Is this maybe something that already exists? That's happened to me a few times, is to be like, well, they say they want a new field when it's actually already in the data, right? It's already there. They just don't know it's there. And so just be like, hey, this field's already here. I don't need to do any of this work. No worries, Rishi. Thank you for being here. Yeah, it's recorded, so you can watch it later. And so as you get familiar with that data, you can say like, okay, I'm going to pull all this down, but here's the specific parts I want to aim for as I'm working with the data. Okay. So if you wanted to pull this down, you would copy the entire element containing all of our search results, all 50 pages, and then you would dump it into VS Code. And I'll show you, I'm going to kind of shortcut this because I already have data pulled down. So we'll take a look at that in VS Code, and then we'll take a break. And then when we come back, we'll actually start building out our Python to clean up this HTML. All right, so go here. So here's an example of the data. So if we look at this data, it's just a bunch of HTML, right? Kind of what we were looking at before. And it's a mess, right? Huge chunks, huge gaps, tags nested super deep. And if we scroll all the way down, so this is all the data from the cemetery I'm actually working with. And yeah, it's 298,651 lines of HTML. So almost 300,000 lines of HTML. Including gaps, of course, but still a lot of stuff, a lot of, nonsense that we're going to have to clean up. A lot of tags we're going to have to find. And the total number of graves in my cemetery is around 4,600. So not 33,000 like when we were looking at, but around 4,600 graves. So that's the number we should be expecting to find after we finish parsing this data. So, and I will admit, before I knew Python, I actually tried this once. I went in and I grabbed all the HTML and I was starting to go through it by hand. And I very quickly realized that that was ridiculous. And, I was trying to do like find and replaces, like trying to strip out tags manually. And yeah, it was not worth my time or energy. It was actually faster for me to learn Python than it would be to try to go through 300,000 lines of HTML by hand, right? So that's why we learn Python. That's why we do stuff like this, and that's why we get an understanding of our data beforehand so that we know exactly what we need to do in order to clean it up. Yeah. All right, so this is the plan. We're gonna figure out what's going on in this HTML, and we're going to turn it into a nice clean CSV file. Okay? All right, any questions before we take a break? Also, too, if you just got here and you're like, I have no idea what's going on, I'm happy to give a quick summary. Alrighty, folks, we got about a minute left in the break, so come on back whenever you are ready. And as always, please make sure you're staying hydrated. Make sure if you've been sitting this whole time that you get up and stretch. And as always, please pet your dogs, pet your cats, pet your significant other with their permission, of course, and then come on back. Alrighty, welcome back, everybody. Let's switch my lights around here a little bit. There we go. Okay. There's the cutest cardinal outside my window right now. By that I mean the bird. There's a really cute cardinal outside my window right now. I can see him. He's just sitting on the branch, like chirping like crazy. Hey, Mr. Code Magician, welcome. Good to have you here. Jero Van Wissen, welcome to the stream, both of you. Mr. Code Magician and Jero, welcome. Hello. And you guys joined at a perfect time, just because we're just about to actually get started writing some Python. We spent the first part of the stream kind of just exploring some data. Oh, thank you for the follow, Code Magician. That's very sweet. We spent the first part of the stream just sort of exploring the HTML a little bit, figuring out some commonalities in the HTML. Where can we find the elements that we actually want from this data? So to give some context, this is data from the website Find a Grave, and we are attempting to pull down a subset of that data from a very specific cemetery so that I can essentially load it into a database and then turn it into an app that will be used by a local museum. So all this is publicly available data. None of it is, behind a paywall or anything like that. It's all just data that's available on the Find a Grave website. I'm just pulling it down into a very hyper-specific app for this one particular cemetery that I'm building that the local museum can use. Code Magician says, what DB are you using? We are using Supabase. So it's a relational DB using Postgres, to query it. And the app that I'm building is essentially a full stack app hosted on Netlify, using Netlify functions to hit the Supabase database and essentially allow for some, using this Find a Grave data as a starting point. It's going to allow for some very local customizations like specialized notes, allowing members of the community to come in and see the data, see the grave location in the particular cemetery, add personalized elements, that type of thing. And so, yeah, that's kind of what we're doing today. And so right before the break, what we did is we retrieved essentially a bunch of HTML, and we did it by a somewhat brute force method, I will admit, of going on Find a Grave and going essentially to the last page of the cemetery, and then you scroll all the way up, or you page up all the way up to the first page to force Find a Grave to fetch all of the data for that cemetery, because it only fetches like 10 records at a time by default. But if you start at the last page and you force it to scroll all the way up to the first page, it's actually going to fetch all that data and store it in the HTML. And so then we just went and we grabbed the HTML element that contains all of our search results, and we save it in a file. And now we're actually exploring that in VS Code. So that's kind of the point we got to prior to the break. And as we go through this, feel free to ask questions. This is sort of a project that we're doing together, and we're exploring the data together. And so please feel free to ask questions as we go. But as we kind of saw before the break, there are specific elements that we can identify. So we kind of found that the names, so for example, here, this person, Isadora Dora Schnepp Abbey, we should be able to find a parent element for each memorial. So there should be a parent div that's holding each memorial. And so we can write our Python to kind of use that as the point where it loops, right? So obviously we have a bunch of search results here. They're going to follow a standard format. And so what we're going to do is we are going to essentially find the parent element, use that as the starting point for our loop, and loop through that as we go. And from inside of that parent element, we're going to identify the child elements that contain the data that we want. Code Magician says, is there a GitHub repo available for this project so we could maybe do some collaborations? Not at this point, but that could be a possibility as we get farther into it, as we get into the tougher stuff. So part of this for me was sort of facilitating me to learn Python. So I really did want to kind of approach this problem and, kind of obviously do it alongside here with you, chat, but kind of me driving this because it's a way to kind of help me learn how to use Python for this kind of thing, because I just kind of finished going through a Python course. So it's kind of an experiment and a good volunteer goal for me. But there may be elements of this that, I would welcome, community collaboration on as we get a little bit farther into it. I'd like to get the MVP going, minimum viable product going, and then there's more advanced things I'd like to implement in this application. For example, like I have a map of the cemetery, and it would be really great if the person could click on a search, like they find a name, they click on a search result, and it shows them where that grave is on the map. And, I don't know of a good programmatic way to do that, right? Like how could I'm sure there's probably a way to programmatically, associate a plot location with and draw a square around it on the map without me having to do that by hand and, include it in the database. But I don't know how to do that. So those would be the types of things that, later on, as we get more advanced with this, that, I maybe reach out to the community and be like, hey, let's, work on this together because it's beyond my skills, So that's kind of what my thoughts are on this. But yeah, I do appreciate your support. All right, so let's look at, let's look at this again. So let's try to find a parent element that contains all the things that we want. So for example, we want this URL, right? Because this URL contains the unique ID for the memorial. So we can see here, this is the unique ID. And it also contains, as we saw earlier, it contains information about people's names. Squidfish, thank you so much for the follow. Good to have you here. Because as we saw earlier, names are weird, right? Names are weird. It's sometimes really hard to tell whether something, like, especially if a person has like a 2-word first name, whether something's a first name or a middle name. What is, for example, one of my best friends, their last name is Van Ingen, and that's 2 words. So their last name is VAN space Ingen, and that's their last name. So you have to find a way to identify if someone has a 2-word last name, 2-word middle name, whatever. You have to find a way to identify that and appropriately separate out those elements. And so what we discovered is that the URL actually does that for us. It stores the name parts separated by hyphens. So let's say if this person had a last name of Van Ingen, it would say Isadora dash and then Van _ Ingen. And we could use that to essentially correctly identify the name parts. So we want this part here. We want this part here with the other name information because we need things like maiden names and nicknames. This person has a nickname of Dora and a maiden name of Schnepp, so we want those. We want things like veteran information, so that'll be in here as well. And then we also want birth and death dates. And then finally, if they have a location in the cemetery, we want that too. And that's actually going to be down here. So we want that too. So identifying the parent div, it looks like there's a div that does contain all this information. Originally, when I was building this I thought it was going to be this, but that actually doesn't contain the information about the plot. So we actually need to go up a level higher. So we actually need to go up. We want to be above this. This is just the anchor tag. We could grab this div. We could use, so essentially we're just trying to identify like our anchor div, right? Like what is the parent div that we're going to be looping throughout this entire spreadsheet. We're going to be looping through, thousands of this one type of parent div in order to pick out these child elements. So we could do this one potentially, but this is kind of a gnarly one because it's got such a nasty like class on it. And if we go just one level higher, this one actually looks like a pretty good candidate, right? because it's got a defined role, and its role is group, which I think works pretty well for our purposes. This div is obviously designed to group the data about the memorial, and it literally has an ARIA label of memorial. Now, chat, what does ARIA label mean? What is ARIA label for? I'm gonna catch you off guard here. You forgot I ask you guys questions sometimes, right? Chat, what does ARIA label mean? See if anybody's still awake out there. Suri says no clue. Hey, that's fine. That's a valid answer. Anybody know? Now I'm really glad I asked this question. Yeah, Mr. Code. Love Google. Ha, you Googled it. Nice. Hey, nothing wrong with that. K Martinez says, does it refer to a repeated label with a certain font? Null says it has to do with accessibility. Yeah, so Code Magician and Null, you're essentially right. These are actually really, really important. And so that's why I decided to ask this question. So when you are building websites, if you are building websites, you should be including ARIA labels as well, because these are literally what blind people use, or people who maybe have low vision or are vision impaired. Anybody who uses a screen reader instead of visually looking at a website, these are what screen readers use to tell the user what is on the page, or what that element is supposed to be for. So the ARIA label literally will be read aloud to the person using the screen reader as they navigate down the page to tell them what that page element is for. Yeah, so these are vital for accessibility. So if you're building a website, please include ARIA labels, include ARIA, other ARIA elements as well. So if you just like Google, what is ARIA, ARIA, it'll give you all sorts of ARIA attributes, ARIA tags, ARIA labels that you can use to make your sites more accessible. And Code Magician points out that that ARIA actually also does affect your SEO score. Yeah, so if you run Google Lighthouse, on a website, it's going to look for these labels and whether your web page is appropriately formatted for accessibility, including ARIA elements. And if you don't include ARIA elements, you're going to get a lower Lighthouse score. Google is going to rank your page lower if you don't have these. So it's in everybody's benefit for you to know what ARIA is, and for you to add these elements where they are appropriate. Mr. Manipulator, thank you so much for the follow. I like that name. That's cute. Mr. Manipulator, thank you so much for the follow. But yeah, just want to point that out. And in this case, it's going to be useful for us because it's a unique tag that we can use to say, all right, this is going to be our kind of our hook. This is going to be our parent div that we're going to say, all right, Python, find all of these parent divs in our HTML. So out of these 300,000 lines of HTML, find these specific divs. There's going to be, 4,600 of them. Find 4,600 of these divs and loop through them to extract the information that we want. Yep. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to use this as our hook. And from there, we're going to go through and we're going to pull out the elements that we want. So we're going to start just kind of by pulling out the raw tags. So just find these anchor tags. Find these H2s with the names. Find any veteran tags if they exist. Find this B tag with the birth and death dates. And then from there, once we've extracted that information, then we're going to go ahead and dive into these and actually start trying to break out these individual elements into their categories, right? Year, month, day, nicknames, last names, maiden names, whatever else we want to pull out of here. Unique IDs like this here, unique IDs, we want those. So yeah, that's kind of where we're going to get started, okay? So let's go ahead and dive in. I kind of have a blank slate here. All right, so in order to parse this information, we are going to need BeautifulSoup. So we're going to be using Python, and we are going to be importing BeautifulSoup. BeautifulSoup. There we go. So what BeautifulSoup allows us to do is it includes sort of like it includes the ability to essentially parse things like HTML or XML, anything that kind of has that nested document structure. We can navigate through that nested document structure natively using Beautiful Soup. So it's not like you're just parsing a bunch of strings, and it's more like Beautiful Soup can navigate using the tags themselves. So it can follow the document tree. If you're familiar with HTML or XML, you know it's kind of a nested tree structure. It can actually follow that tree structure up and down, looking for specific attributes, looking for specific tags, classes, anything you want, and return those to you. All2 says, I love soup. Yeah, I love soup too, honestly. I had, I mentioned earlier I wasn't feeling well this morning, but I had some chili for lunch, and that was really good. And yeah, soup is really great for winter. So Beautiful Soup is even better for winter, especially with Python. Yeah, it makes HTMLs way easier to parse, as Code Magician said. We're also going to, since we're going to be writing this to a CSV, we're also just going to go ahead and import the CSV library. Just so it's, we can have custom headers, we can make sure that our rows are formatted correctly, everything. So chat, what is CSV? When I say we're going to write these to a CSV, I've said that a couple times. What does that mean, chat? Mm-hmm. And what is that? What is that? No Google. Comma something values. I like that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And so essentially it's a file. We're writing to a file with a very specific delimiter, sorry, a very specific delimiter, and that delimiter is commas. So this is a specific file type. Kind of like an Excel file. Yeah, Excel files are actually a little bit different. So Excel can read CSV files. CSV files are actually they're fairly basic, but they are comma delimited. And at the top, you'll generally have a list of headers. And then below that, you'll have rows, each of them with a count of delimited values that matches the headers. So if you were to look at it in something like Excel, you'd see column formatted data. So we looked at this earlier. This is a CSV file here that I've opened in Excel. And so when we opened it raw, let's see if I can probably go back to that. There, okay. So if I zoom in on this is what the file looks like raw. It looks like this. It's literally just rows with the headers at the top, and then comma delimited values. Now, if we look close here, you can see that, the columns don't really line up, right? And that doesn't matter because everything is still broken into columns using the commas. So if something doesn't have a value in a column, it'll just have two commas right next to each other, right? So here's the first column, and then we have a comma, and then the second column is here. This is the prefix column. This person doesn't have a prefix. So then we go to the next comma. First name, they have a first name, and then they have no middle name. So, there's a break there, and then maiden name, and then last name, et cetera, et cetera. So you get the idea, right? Everything's in the same column order. It's just separated with commas. And the advantage of this is that it's very simple. So we can store huge files in essentially a comma delimited format. We can store essentially huge files in here and still view them in columnar format. So if I were to do that, it's very easy to do in Excel. Excel can handle this very easily. We just identify the delimiter, we set it to comma, and we say finish. But this is not, but I want to be clear that CSVs are not Excel files. So we shouldn't conflate the two. Excel files are actually a lot more complicated. They actually store a lot more information under the hood. So Excel files have a file format of Excel files have a file format of XLSX. And so they are basically like XML files. So they store more information. They have a nested format. They store actually a lot more data under the hood, where their CSVs are basically just text files with comma delimiters in them. In this case, we aren't going to need to use pandas because we aren't doing any analytics on our data directly in Python. I'm not really aiming to do any types of analytics on this. I'm only showing it to you in Excel just because I want to I want to show you an idea of the format that we're going for. But really, I'm just going to turn straight around and I'm just going to dump this into a SQL database. So we don't really need to have any analytics step or, we're not drawing any conclusions from this data other than doing some very basic checks to make sure that things are formatted correctly. It's just going to be tossed straight into a SQL database. So we don't need any special libraries for that. But yeah, so this is what our data is going to look like when we're done. And it's going to be stored in CSV format because that's pretty portable. I can dump it straight into a database, like using Supabase. I can literally just upload the file. And so, yeah, that's what we're going to do. So in order to do that, we need to import the CSV library. And the last library here I'm going to import is RE. So what is RE, chat? Now, Mr. Code Magician, you're not allowed to answer. I know you probably know the answer to this one. But anybody else in chat remember what RE is? It's not Resident Evil, I promise. What is it? What is this? What is what are we importing from RE? And that's not Resident Evil. If you've been following along with the Python course that we've been doing for the past few weeks, you should know this one. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're all right. Null recall, Jack of Trades, and King's Tennis. Yeah, it's regular expressions. Yeah, RE is a library. Don't panic. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Hello. Yeah, RE is regular expressions. So we're going to need some regex for this. And the reason we're going to need some regex, as we'll see, is things like the let's take a look at the plot info here. So in this file here, you can see this person is in a particular plot. They're in section B, lot 152. So we really only care about, I just want this section and I just want this lot number, right? I don't care about this. I don't care about this. I don't care about the commas. I just want to strip out the section value and the lot value. And the easiest way for me to do that, especially since this is all user entered, so they might say the word section, they might not. They might say the word sect. They might put a period after sect. They might have a comma. They might not. All this is pure like user entered data. So I'm going to need to be able to drill into this with some regex to just identify wherever these values are in the string. Don't know where they're going to be. Identify where these values are and extract them. So that's what we're going to be using regex for. Hey, don't panic. Good to have you here. All right. So we're going to need that. And yeah, so let's kind of build out our shell first. We're going to build out our basic loop. We're going to build out our file handler. And we're going to build out the file that we're going to write our data to. So before we get into any of the nitty gritty of it, let's first just open our file. So we'll open the file. And we're going to set up our basic file handler here. So in the course we took, it didn't explicitly specify this, but I think it is, I've learned since, and I've been chastised by chat for not using with. So not creating a with loop or sort of a with clause here to make sure that I don't put a lock on my file. So, posture check. Thank you for that. I didn't really get a pop out of my neck this time. Sometimes I do. So I'm going to do it properly this time. We're going to set up our file handler here. And I'm going to open the specific file that I want, which is this one that I've called GV50. GV50. And it's stored in this location where we're at, so I don't have to put a full path. Kingston says, yeah, I've made that with lock file issue a few times. Yeah, file locks can be really brutal. I've made that mistake multiple times. Hey, Kailando, welcome. And then I am going to specify a couple of other arguments here. So when I was playing around with this initially, I actually had some trouble because it was having difficulty actually reading this as HTML. It is a pretty gnarly file. BeautifulSoup was having a hard time actually parsing this as HTML. And so I am going to really be very explicit with the other arguments here. So we're going to say we're just reading this file. And then the last thing I'm going to specify, I had to do some Googling for this, but the last thing I'm going to specify is the encoding. And so, text data can be encoded in multiple ways. And, you might see this occasionally, and, actually VS Code shows it to you every single time. Magic Beak, thank you so much for the follow. Good to have you here. Yeah, there's different ways you can encode files, right? And it really depends on the types of characters that you have. And yeah, as Mr. Code says, we're going to use UTF-8 here. And I actually had to, originally I was trying to open this without specifying encoding, and it was like, can't do the file type, whatever. And so, yeah, I had to just basically say, all right, explicitly, we're working with UTF-8 here, and we're just going to give this a name of just HTML file. And then once we've opened this file, or what I shouldn't say once we've opened it, once we've created our file handler, we can then pass this information to BeautifulSoup and start working with it. So we're going to call soup equals BeautifulSoup, and we're going to pass in our HTML file into BeautifulSoup. And specifically within BeautifulSoup, there's different parsers we could use. We could be parsing XML. Hey, Ghibli, good to see you. Welcome. We could be parsing XML. We could be parsing HTML. So we need to specify the type of parser that we're going to use. We're going to use our HTML parser here. And then from there, the next thing that I want to do is very quickly drill down to that parent div that contains everything we care about, right? Because as we saw when we were first looking at the HTML on Find a Grave, I mean, there can be there's a bunch of nonsense in there, right? And that's what you're going to find in any HTML of like a big commercial site, is you're just going to find a bunch of crap. There's going to be iframes everywhere. There's going to be cookie tracking. There's going to be Google Analytics. And it's just going to be so many tags that you don't care about. But fortunately for us, we have identified essentially like a parent tag that contains all the information for a single memorial. And there's just, thousands of those in our HTML. So we can drill straight down to that. We're going to say find the parent tag for memorials. And so we can say just memorials, and say, now in BeautifulSoup, we can, this is a library, we can call a bunch of methods from that library. And so if I want to essentially find all of the instances of a particular tag, what method would I use, chat? Don't think about it too hard. If I want to look for a particular tag and I want to find every single instance of that particular tag in my HTML file, what method would I use? Yeah, I can use the find all method. So what that's going to do, it's going to essentially return back to me every instance of that tag. So we'll say soup find all. And from there, I can specify exactly what type of tag I want to find. So I'm going to be looking for a div, but I need to be more specific because this HTML file is basically all divs. There are no sections here. Everything is a div. Yeah, there's styling is very reliant on classes, and they were very I don't know, very general with their tags. Not saying that's a good or a bad thing, but that's just what they did. So we don't just want to say div here. We want to actually specify the specific elements of that div should contain. So the specific div we're looking for, what can we identify about it that's unique? And so if we look at that, as we identified earlier, the specific div we're looking for, which contains all that information, has a role of group and an ARIA label of memorial. So in terms of HTML, what do we call these elements? When I'm writing HTML, I make a div and I specify these additional ways to describe it. What do I call that in terms of HTML? What do we call that? What are those? Yeah, sorry. Yeah, magician. Yeah, they are. Yep. No. Yep. They're attributes, right? They're attributes. And so I can do that in soup. I can say attrs equal, and then I can provide a list. So I can specify one or more attributes that I need this div to have if soup's going to return it. So from there, I can just literally create an object So in this case, it's going to have a role of group of group. I'm going to be very, if single quotes versus double quotes, not being consistent annoys you, you're probably going to be very annoyed because I mix up single and double quotes all the time. So enjoy. And it's going to be an aria label of memorial. Right? Yes. Yeah. So aria label and role. So this is going to locate all instances of that one specific div, and it's going to not only return that div, it's going to essentially return that div and any children nested within it, right? So we know that this div has a bunch of child tags, and it's essentially going to capture that information as a list of all these divs, and then also all their child tags and all their child attributes and the contents of those. So it's going to kind of capture this part of the document tree and everything beneath it. Okay? Yeah, it is a dict. You're right. Yeah, I come from a JavaScript background, and so I will say the wrong. So this is in JavaScript. This is classified as an object. So thank you for correcting me on that. It is a dict in a dictionary in Python. All right, next thing we're going to do is we're going to kind of create, we got some follows here. Hang on. Azur, thank you so much for the follow. And Saman, thank you for the follow as well. Good to have you both here. The next thing we're going to do is we are going to set up kind of a home for the data we're actually going to write to the file. So this is essentially just going to be a list of dictionaries, and each list element is going to be a row in the file. So we're going to have like one element per row. Each row or record, if you want to call it, is going to be a dictionary. And then we're going to write that to the CSV file. So, the key value pairs, each key is going to match a column, and then each value will be an element in that column. Yeah, and then that's a good point, Magician. So technically we could go through, we don't have to do this. We could just try to look through the whole file raw without drilling down to this sort of parent div first, because all the data is still there, right? We're just cutting out some of the chaff that we don't need, some of the extra, parents and other tags that don't contain any information that we want. And so what this is going to do is it's going to make our processing a lot faster, because our Python isn't going to have to keep working through all the stuff that's unnecessary. We're taking it straight to the area that we care about, straight to the area where our data lives. Okay, so we're creating our, this is for our results. List for results. I cannot spell. All right, and then from there, we can actually just start looping through these tags. So we can say for memorial in memorials. And then we just want to start, like I said before, we already know what tags we're looking for in each of these parent divs, and we just want to pull those out. That's the first thing we're going to do. We're just going to pull out the tags where our data lives. So let's identify those tags again. So going through here, I mentioned that we want to retrieve this. We want to retrieve this URL. So I want this because it contains the memorial ID and it contains the specific breakdown of like first, middle, and last name. So when it's hard for us to tell just looking at it, this is going to tell us explicitly what's the first name, what's the middle name, what's the last name. So I need this URL for both of those reasons. So chat, what do we see as a quick way that I could identify this specific tag? Jack of Trades says everything in Python could be broken down to a for loop. Everything in most code could be broken down to a for loop. Wasn't there a game? Was it like Stardew Valley or something, or like a really famous indie game that was like written like entirely in, or no, it was written in like entirely in like if else statements, like because they didn't know anything else. There was a really famous indie game that was like it was written in like the simplest possible terms, just nothing but like if else or for loops or something. I don't remember. Yeah, it was wild. Undertale, yes, that's right. It was Undertale. Undertale was just nothing but like if else statements. Which, I mean, hey, you know, if it works, it works. Anyway, chat, what is a way that I can quickly identify this tag? We could use the class, definitely. We could use the class. And yes, it's going to have an href. Yep, we're going to need to pull the href, certainly. Yeah, and we are going to do a print here. I see where you're coming from, Code Magician. We are going to do a print here. I want to pull these. I want to see if we can, basically, I know where these tags live. And so we're going to pull the tags and we're going to print them just to make sure that we're getting them, because the divs, the parent div itself is actually pretty big. So I do want to drill down a little bit farther. Then we're going to see if we can print everything out and make sure we're getting what we want. And if any of these elements is missing in our print, then we'll know that the parent element is maybe not big enough, or that we're doing something wrong to identify these tags. Well, we are going to get there. Yeah. So we are going to need to use the slashes to help break up this information, but just in a more general sense, right? Yes, we know that we're going to want to retrieve the href from this tag. But when I'm telling BeautifulSoup to look for a tag, how do I identify it? What's the simplest way that I could specifically identify this specific tag in the most general sense? Yeah, as Code Magician and Panic say, it's an anchor tag, right? And so if we take a quick scan, this whole thing is an anchor tag. And this anchor tag is actually enclosing everything within it. So we're not going to have any other anchor tags in here, right? No, still, nope. Yeah, and that's the end of this div. So there is one anchor tag. Yeah, there's one anchor tag in this entire div right here, and it's right here, and it's the one we want. So we can just do a find here. So, and say, all right, we can say name. We'll say I guess it's more than the name, but we'll say name URL equals memorial.find. And then all we need to do is look for an anchor tag. And then if I want to specifically fetch only and as I think, Suri, you pointed out, we only want to retrieve the href, right? So if I only want to retrieve that specific attribute of the tag, what could I say here? What method could I use in BeautifulSoup? What method can I call to retrieve a specific attribute from within something like an anchor tag? Attribute, maybe. That could be one way to do it. Attributes, maybe. Or we could also do this. We could just say get, and we want to get the href. Now, and as always, there's generally more than one way to do something. In this case, I'm choosing to use get. But yeah, so in this case, we can say I want to find in this, in each parent div, I want to find the a tag. And because I'm just calling find here, it's only going to return one. It's only going to return one instance, and there is only one. And then from within that a tag, I only want to see the href. So I only want to see the URL part. I don't care about any of the other stuff. And that should give me that URL. And so now let's see if we can retrieve the next element. So the next thing that I want, and I might want to get the picture later. I'm still debating on that, if I want the picture of the grave or not. So we're going to skip that. The next thing it looks like is going to be the name. So if I want to retrieve the name here, which we see is on this line, what tag am I going to be looking for? Look carefully on this one. I might be trying to trick you. Suri says H2. Is it? Look carefully. Hey, Bad Wolf, welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. Yeah, don't panic. And Suri, you're right. It's the I tag. We're actually looking for the I tag. This one was I threw a bit of a curveball in there for you. We're actually looking for the I tag here, right? because what actually contains the name is the I tag. The H2 actually contains much more, right? The H2 actually contains a bunch of stuff we don't care about. We really only care, just for the name, we really only care about this I tag. Bad Wolf, is your name from Doctor Who? Just curious. Welcome to the stream, by the way. It's got to be, right? It's got to be Doctor Who. From one wolf to another, hello. So, yeah, we actually want to, if we want to retrieve the name, it is, yeah. So we're going to call this name tag. We're going to say memorial.find, and then we are going to say we want to find specifically, it's an I tag, right? But there could be, we know that there's potentially other I tags in here, I think. Because like maiden names, I think, are an I tag. So there could be more than one. So I'm going to go ahead and include the class here too. It's very short. So we're going to say I and class, just to make sure we specifically identify this correctly. So we're going to say find the I tag, and it's going to have a class of PE2. So I don't know for sure. It probably has something to do with styling. The class attribute in HTML really generally refers to styling. Sometimes behavior, depending on how you've got your JavaScript set up. But generally, this is going to be something related to styling. I have no idea what it means. You'll see, like in this HTML, there's some wild classes. Let's see. Yeah, like for example, this one here. Like obviously, it's a bunch of styling stuff, but I mean, it's super long. This is all just related to styling and behavior. And so generally styling. Notice here how, when I'm specifying class, I have to put a little underscore after it. And I think, I'm trying to remember, somebody correct me. Because this is because class is a reserved keyword, right? Is that right? Is it because class is reserved? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was thinking. So, I can't just say class equals PE2. I have to say class underscore equals PE2 because class is technically a reserved keyword in Python. And so you can't use it, outside of its intended use. So if you see a little underscore like that, that's probably because it's trying to get out of using reserved keyword. All right, so that's the name. And then let's look at the next element is... thank you, Rox. Yeah, Bootstrap for adding some padding to the end or right side of an element. Yes. Yeah, Bootstrap. I know a lot of people hate on Bootstrap. I like Bootstrap. I've used Bootstrap for a lot of the apps that I've built just because it's so easy and it's very visually clean. Like if you're just using plain Bootstrap, it's very like visually, I don't know. I feel like it's very easy to tell what's going on a page when you use Bootstrap. Yeah, Maiva. Thanks, Maiva. Appreciate it. A lot of people hate on it because it looks a little bit like, I don't know, outdated or whatever, but I like it. I like Bootstrap. Okay. Anyway, this person is not a veteran, but let's see if we can find one who is, because I think that's the next thing on here that we're gonna need to pull. So I'm just gonna do a quick search for veteran. There we go. So here, after the I class name that we pulled, we could potentially also have veteran status. And if the person is not a veteran, they just won't have this element at all. It just won't be there. So we are going to want to pull this if they have it, because that's going to tell us that we should flag them as a veteran. So there's a couple different ways we could go about this, because all of this is identifying veteran. So really, we just want to kind of go through it and see if we can pick the simplest thing. And let's see. Yeah, it will destroy the clean. Yeah, right. Bootstrap can end up kind of really making your HTML look nasty, as we see here, right? There's a ton of huge Bootstrap classes on here. They look wild. But I mean, honestly, I don't know, it just looks so clean and nice from a user perspective, from like a user experience perspective. Yeah. Of course, Apple Niner. Yeah. That's why these are recorded. And it will move to YouTube eventually too. That generally takes longer, but yeah, it will move to YouTube. But what I see here, one of the things I do see here is, let's see. So we got this. We can see that there's some contents here that say veteran. This span has a V in it. And then I was sure I was seeing earlier. Yeah. So, and we also have this title here of veteran. So in here, we actually have an attribute that specifies veteran, which we could potentially dig for. I'm not sure if it, we'll see if it works with this Data BS original title, but I think if we just say title equals veteran, I think it'll pull it. If we look for, does it have a span with a title of veteran? Then yes, otherwise null, essentially. Okay. So let's try that. And if it doesn't work, we can go by the contents of the span. We can look for either this one or this one. Either one will work. So we've got a lot of options here if that doesn't work. So let's grab the veteran tag. We'll just say veteran, veteran tag. And we'll just say memorial.find. I can't spell. And we're going to look for a span specifically. That's what that is. And then we're going to say title equals veteran. Okay. So we have name. This contains name data. We've got our name tag, veteran tag. We also need the dates, and we need the plot location. So I think those are coming up next. So I think next is dates, and those are going to be, looks like pretty easily identifiable here. We should just be able to look for a B tag. Now there's another B tag up here. So we're going to look for a B tag, right? But we can just copy this class and just say, look for a B tag with this class. And for now, we're not worrying about breaking any of this apart or anything like that. We're just fetching the tag data so that we can dig into it in later steps. So we're going to say, we'll call this dates tag. And we'll say memorial.find. And remember that, when we're calling find all, it's essentially returning information about the parent tag and all the child tags inside of it. And then when we call find, this is also returning tag data. So a mistake I made earlier, is I thought that this is returning like string data, but no, it's actually returning, if we do a type on this, it's essentially returning tag data. So the A tag and everything in it. And so it's not necessarily a string. All right, so dates, memorial.find, and we're looking for a B tag with whatever that class was. So just copy it here. Birth, death dates, blah, blah, blah. And we'll just say class. And then we're going to print these to test, and make sure that it's behaving as we expect. And we're getting all of these. Yeah. Birthdays, text body. Okay, so got that. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Let's see. And then we're going to need the fifth one is the plot info. So from there, if we just scroll down a little bit farther, as we saw earlier, we can find the plot info here. Now, this one might be a little bit tricky. So chat, I'm going to ask you all. What tag am I going to pull in order to get the plot information? Suri says P. Yeah, I mean, I think that would definitely work. Because I think that's actually the only P tag in this div, so it's pretty easy to pull. I think we could just pull it by P tag. I don't think there's any other P tags in here. Jack of Trade says, is this graveyard info? It is, yes. Yeah, so this is part of a project that I'm working on, a volunteer project that I'm working on for a local museum of history that's near a graveyard. And so I'm essentially building like a hyper localized version of Find a Grave just for this one particular graveyard. It's going to be very customized by the community, with personal notes or corrections to the graveyard data. So, Find a Grave is great. That's where I got this data from. But essentially I'm building like a really hyper localized, very simplified version of Find a Grave for one particular graveyard, so that when we have people that come into our museum and say, hey, I'm looking for my relative in the graveyard, instead of being like, I don't know, or here's this big paper binder, people can just say, we can just direct them to a laptop and be like, hey, search here. It's going to show you the exact location of wherever this person is buried. Even if they don't know the whole name, even if they only know part of the name, even if they know maiden name, whatever information they know, it's going to give them as much of that information. It's going to give them like maybe a series of results to choose from, and they can determine the right one and determine exactly where they are in this cemetery. So yeah, this is a project for a museum. It's essentially distilling down Find a Grave information into a very simplified form, into a very customizable form. I'm going to be adding features that are unique to the museum and unique to the graveyard. And it's also going to allow me to combine this Find a Grave data with some very like hand collected spreadsheet data that I was given. It's literally like just big Excel spreadsheets full of, hand collected data, personal notes, related to the people in this graveyard. So that's kind of what we're going for here. Yeah, good question. But yeah, so we have this p tag here, and we can pull that. We'll notice that the actual data we care about, the section data and the lot data, is actually in these strong tags here. So, I mean, potentially we could just pull the strong tags. Um, um, yeah, we are. Yeah, that's awesome, Jack. We're literally digging out data. We are. Yeah. And so, yeah, I think, but just to be very specific, we could potentially search by the strong tags just to get the section data, but let's go ahead and just pull out the p tag, and it's going to have a class of essentially this. So we'll pull out by the p tag. And then from there, once we start digging into this, we're going to have to drill down to the strong tag and extract, this information with some regex. So we're going to do that. And somebody followed me. I didn't see who it was. The King 898. Thank you so much for the follow. Good to have you here. But yeah, that's it. I love that, Jack. We are literally digging out data. That's great. Location tag is going to be, again, memorial.find. We're looking for p tags, and it's going to have a class of whatever that was. I'll copy and paste it here and grab the class there. Okay, so we've identified the tags essentially in our parent div. We're going to loop all the way through those. And yeah, let's just kind of pause here for a second, and let's just see if we can print these out. Let's see if they work, I guess, is the main thing. Have we identified the right elements? Do they have the data we think they have? So let's print them. And just so we're not printing, 4,000, because the cemetery data we're looking at has 4,600 graves in it, 4,600 memorials. I have a smaller file, so this I think this is much smaller. I forget how much this has in it. It has, I don't know, like 10, 20 records or something like that. So this is much smaller. So we're going to try using this file instead, see if it works. And so I'm going to replace this with this other smaller one that I have. Yeah, exactly, Maiva. Yeah, so they say, I love that you do checks in between to ensure it's what we anticipate it's doing, what we suspect it's doing. Yeah. And that's kind of important, especially when you're working with large data sets. So the best things you can do for yourself when you're working with large data sets is, number one, to have a smaller sample size, like have a sample size that, or like a test sample that contains the thing you're testing for or the thing you're looking for. So, we don't want to test against the full thing right away. We want to test against the smaller version, hopefully, that's going to give us what we want, before we turn it loose on the big thing. and then also that as we're like, we could be wrong about any one of these. And if we wrote out the whole thing, then we'd be like, why isn't it working? Is my logic wrong later on, or is it just that it can't find one of these? So we'll go ahead and print that out. So I'm going to replace this file. We'll say this one is, I think I want Mount Hope raw. Yeah, I'll try that one. Yeah, see that? And then we'll just print each of these. Print name URL, name tag, veteran tag. I'm not going to be fancy about this. We're just going to see if we get information back. Location tag. Okay, and save. So we'll run this file IHTML scraper.py. And then we'll just supposed to see what we get. I did save that, right? Yep. Okay. All right. Okay, check it out. We got information. Yay! All right. So, and I could have parsed this out a little bit better. I could have made it a little bit easier to see, but that's okay. So we've got URLs. We've got, so let's kind of go down in order here. We've got the name URL. That's what this is here. We retrieved the href element. And then in the second one here, we'll get to that part. Don't worry. We actually still need the fact that we have the full tags here actually really isn't going to matter once we get into the parsing of it. But we will be pulling out the text from inside the tags in a later step, definitely. So we've got the I tag here. Perfect. This person is not a veteran. So I just know I just know that this record, this person is not a veteran. So the next one here is going to be none. So the no veteran tag. And then we've got the birth and death dates. And then this person also doesn't have a location on their record either. So that's correct. Let's see if we can find a veteran person. Let's see. Oh, this person. Okay, so here we can see plot info. This person has some plot info. So good stuff. This person is a veteran. So they have a prefix here on their name of corporal. So Kai Agard. And then we can see here it pulled the that span of that for that veteran. So that did work. Pulled that title veteran, that span with the title of veteran. So because that exists, we can just say veteran is yes. So that's all we need there. So I think we got everything, chat. Yeah, I think that's all of our stuff. All right, so cool. So now that we have these tags, we're going to need to write logic to process each of these and to pull out the elements that we want. But before we do that, before we get too crazy here, let's just do the write. So we're going to set up the write for the writing to the CSV file. So we've opened the file, we're reading the data, we're going to, do stuff to extract fields and set up dict to fill data list with dictionary elements for each row. Pink Mega Man, sorry I didn't see the end of that name, hang on. Pink Mega Man Ryu, thank you so much for the follow. Missed the end part of your name there. So that's what we're going to do to finish out this particular with clause here. But let's go ahead and set up our write now as well. So we've done the read, now we need to do the write. So we're going to set up another file handler here. So with open, and we can just give it a name. I've been calling mine parsed names.csv. Now chat, what if I was doing this for the first time and this file did not exist? If I say with open and this file does not exist, what will happen, chat? What happens if I attempt to call open on a file that doesn't exist? You can see, I mean, I have a file here already called parse name, so I've done this before, but good guesses. Okay, we got some guesses here. I like it. I like it. I like it. Bandakai, welcome to the stream. Hello. Yeah, so great guesses all around, all potentially logical. But what it's actually going to do is it is going to create the file. So if the file does not already exist, it will go ahead and create it. So we'll be able to illustrate that. I'm going to call this parse names _1. So it's not just going to overwrite this one that I already have. Yeah, it does depend if it's read or write. In this case, we are explicitly writing to this file. The next thing I'm going to say here is W for write, because that's what we're going to be doing. Yeah, sorry, I thought I missed something in chat. We're good though. All right, so yeah, so essentially that's what we're doing. We're just doing a write to this file, and then the encoding here. So once again, we can specify an encoding. For the read, I specified UTF-8, but actually for the write, I'm going to specify UTF-16. Any guesses on why I would specify UTF-16 for the output once we finish parsing all these names? Why I might be using a higher encoding. And this is a bit more of a challenging question. It requires you to know a little bit about what UTF is for and what the different, encoding values mean. So it's okay if you don't know. Yes, it is a higher level. It gives more space, more bytes, higher byte encoding. Why might we want that for this output? Let's think about the type of thing we're parsing, right? We're parsing names. What do we find in names? Especially in this yes, exactly, Mattel. It's people with characters people who have characters in the names that might not be in the standard character set. Exactly. So, think about like maybe a German name with an umlaut or something. Tildes, umlauts. It could be for emojis. I would sincerely hope that no one in their memorial grave like inscription or their legal name that's on their grave, I would pray that no one has an emoji, but honestly, I can't be sure. But yeah, UTF-16. We're gonna use UTF-16 here, so that if a name has it's not a huge deal when we're reading it. It doesn't really matter, because we aren't looking at that information. We're just going through it and scooping out the information. But when if we want to like read it, then yeah, we're gonna need to account for things like umlauts, tildes, stuff that's not in the UTF-8 character set. Yeah, Korean, Japanese, yeah, and I know for a fact that in my cemetery there are a fair number of Korean people that are buried in the cemetery, and so if those characters are stored, or there's a fairly large international population in my area, I want to make sure that we are capturing those names correctly. Some people are putting QR codes in their tombstones. Yeah. Frankie says UTF-8 is more common. That is correct. You're not wrong. UTF-8 is more common. I will say, though, that I have looked at this data in both encodings. So I've looked at it in UTF-8. I've looked at it in UTF-16. And there is data in these records that can only be displayed with UTF-16. So when I tried it with UTF-8, it was showing some, get the weird, nonsense characters that they gave display. That's just the encoding wasn't high enough to display them correctly. Yeah. So if you try to read something like UTF, something that's encoded in a higher value, as in a lower value, it will capture the data. It's just going to display it as like wonky, like you get like weird paragraph symbols or dollar signs or whatever, and that's fine for the read. We don't care about that for the read. As long as we convert it back for the write, it's okay. Yeah. So just wanted to specify, that's why I'm using UTF-16 here. I've looked at the data and we've got some stuff that can only be displayed properly with UTF-16. Yeah. Okay. And then another thing we're gonna do here is new line, and I'm gonna be real here. I don't remember what this one is for. When I was learning how to use the CSV thing, I I meant to make a note of what this was for, and I didn't. So if anybody remembers what this element is for, I'm including it because, I know I should, but I don't remember what this is doing specifically. If it's just, is it just erasing the new line character? Is that what it's doing? I'm genuinely asking. I don't remember. Is this just like replacing that /n with just like nothing because we're writing each record explicitly, or I don't remember. So if anybody wants to Google that, you can look like a genius. And then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to specify our field names, because in this I am going to be writing, I'm going to be writing like variables, right? Like we're going to have some variables, like we're going to have like name and, veteran and stuff like that. But generally our variable names tend to be not necessarily human readable, right? They can have underscores in them, and they tend to be very, not human friendly, like not user friendly, I guess. And so we can specify custom field names here. And that's what I did originally, just to make it easier to look at the file. But now I'm thinking maybe I shouldn't have done that, just because I'm going to be writing this back to a database anyway. But I'm going to do it. It's fine. I'll do it anyway. I can change the field names later if I need to. It's fine. So, we're going to say, like, instead of like memorial underscore ID in lowercase, we can say like memorial ID, stuff like that. Prefix, etc. First name, last name. Yeah. So just to save some time here, I'm going to copy from the finished version that I've already done. And so essentially we can create custom headers for each column. And then since we're going to be building out essentially dictionaries that contain key value pairs with all of our fields and with all of our keys and values in a specific order, as long as this header matches up with the order of key value pairs in each row object, everything's going to get written to the right column, no matter what name it is. So we can say, field names. We've got our field names here. And then, let's see, what did that? Hang on, let me fix my tabs. Python cares about tabs, people. And then from there, we can just initialize the writer. So we'll say csv.dictWriter. And honestly, I'm probably doing this in kind of like an old school way. I just haven't done this really before. So I just did, what Stack Overflow told me to do. So this is probably like the clunkiest way to do it, but hey, it works, right? Ezotop, thank you so much for the follow. Suri says it's related to the /n thing. I think you have to use the new line because you can't use /n. Maybe, yeah, it is. It's definitely related to new line. I just think that because we're specifying an empty string here. I'll have to Google that again because I don't remember why this is here. Yeah, so we're initializing the writer here. We're essentially saying, hey, this is the Geeks for Geeks is the best source. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I like Geeks for Geeks. They're good. Yeah. So yeah, we're essentially specifying, okay, we are passing in, we're gonna this is the file we're going to write to, right? We're saying, all right, this is all the information about our file. We're specifying it as CSV file. So this is the file we're writing to, and then these are our field names. And from there, we can say, just write the header. We're going to call the write header method. Oops, write header. And then we write the header first, and then we are going to write the rows. Write rows. Passing in data. So these are built-in methods that we can use within the writer. So we write our headers first, and then we pass our data in and write the rows. Jack says you could actually read user input with open. Yeah, we absolutely could. So for example, like instead of hard coding the file name like this, I could ask for user input. I absolutely could. If I was building like a user facing application, I would do that. In this case, I'm generally just going to be reading from the same file over and over again, which is this one right here. So I didn't bother specifying user input, but yeah, 100% you could. Code Magician says, what if someone has a comma in his or her name? Yes. So I think it was before you joined, but that is a great question. We actually did talk about that, right? Because this name data is gnarly. And so potentially someone could have, a weird character in their name. So let me find somebody's name here. There we go. So this person here, right? We did so essentially what we're going to be doing to help mitigate that, right? To help hopefully mitigate that is we are going to essentially try pulling the data from we're essentially going to try pulling the data from here, from the URL, which can't have commas in it. So even if someone did have a comma in their name, it would be stripped out. Otherwise, if we, or if it's in if it's in their maiden name, we can't really help that. We'd have to do like a special strip, to strip. We have to specifically strip out that specific character, which we could do. Do a replace, right? Just replace comma with nothing. But yeah, names are weird. There could be edge cases that we haven't thought about, and so yeah, we'll have to kind of cross that bridge when we come to it, right? But yeah, names are weird. We already saw a name, right? One of the first names we looked at actually had an exclamation point in it. And if if you actually click into that one page for that person, they have a pound sign in their name too. And so yeah, but that brings up an interesting point, is that depending on the type of data that you're working with, sometimes you need to be very careful about what delimiter you choose. So you don't have to use commas. You don't have to use commas as your delimiter in your file. You could use tabs. You could use quotes and commas. You could use spaces. There's all different types of delimiters you can use. You could use dashes. You could use, I don't know, dollar signs, whatever. It depends on your data and your needs. Generally, commas are very standard. But again, if your data isn't going to be supportive of that, like for example, at work, I work for a university. And so oftentimes we're taking in data on like research papers or, very complicated experimental data, things like that. Oftentimes, yeah, those fields are going to have commas in them. Or like, for example, like think about resumes, right? Like if somebody has a university name that has a comma in it, that could be very common. University of Oslo, Norway. And so, yeah, you got to be careful about that. So in that case, your delimiter should probably be maybe a multi-part delimiter. So you might use double quotes and commas as your delimiter. So each entry would be surrounded by double quotes and then a comma. So yeah, delimiters are important. You got to really think about that. In this case, I think we'll be fine, but we'll see. All right, so we've got our basic reader reading the tags here. We've got our basic basic writer. So this is really all we need for the writer part. I need to comment this properly. And we've identified that we are retrieving the correct tags. So from here, we're just going to be working on the logic for actually extracting this data from the tags. Neo Trinity says, hi, I want to learn about how to debug SQL queries. Any tips? Yeah, I mean, SQL error displays are pretty garbage, right? I'm sure you've discovered. Yeah, SQL error displays are pretty garbage, but actually one thing I've discovered is that your most common mistake is probably going to be a missing comma in your query, right? After your field list or whatever. That's the most common mistake that people make. And then also I will say, ChatGPT is pretty good at debugging SQL queries. GPT is a text reading tool. It does very good at reading text, and SQL looks very much like English language text. And so if you say, GPT, what's wrong with this SQL query, it will generally be able to tell you, and then you can ask it to explain why it's wrong, and it will also generally be able to tell you. So I work with SQL every day at work. I write a lot of queries. If a query isn't behaving correctly, and I've, look through it to my best of my ability, and of course the SQL compiler isn't going to give you any information on what's actually wrong, because it doesn't ever, then you can run it through GPT or Copilot or whatever, and it will generally give you the right answer in terms of what's wrong with it. So, but yeah, in terms of specific resources to teach you how to debug, I mean, just practice. The more you'll see things over and over again, and once you get a feel for the common mistakes like missing commas in the list of fields in a query, right? Um, or especially or like so the two common mistakes are yeah, a missing comma in a list of fields in a query and keyword order. So you might be trying to put a group by, a group by before a join, or your with in the wrong place or whatever, or and in the wrong place. Yeah, keyword order and missing commas are the two most common mistakes, I would say. Okay, so the next thing we're going to need to do is essentially figure out how we need to build out the logic to actually extract the data from these tags, right? Because for the most part, we're returning just raw tags here. We need to drill into them and pull out what we want. The other thing I need to add here is essentially how we're going to populate our, populate each row of this CSV. So for that, we're essentially just going to want to add to this data list, right? We're going to see, so if I want to add, so remember, we're looping through each individual memorial div here, right? So it's going to be essentially, we're extracting one record at a time. So if I want to add an element to a list, what method would I call? If I want to add a new, I wanted to add a new element to this master list of records, what, oh, of course, Code Magician. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciated your help and your, little inside tips and knowledge. That was very helpful. Thank you so much. Yeah, have a good night. And yeah, you can come back and watch the recording if you like as well. But yeah, chat. So if I want to add an element to a list, what method do I call? Push. Yes, that's correct in JavaScript, definitely. Yeah, you're not wrong. In JavaScript, that would be the right answer. Yeah, Kingston says append. Yeah, so in Python, we're going to call append. And we're essentially just going to be passing in like an object, or sorry, a dictionary. I keep saying the wrong thing. Come from JavaScript, folks. Yeah, we're essentially just going to be passing in like an object, and this is going to be a dictionary. Sorry, we're going to be passing in a dictionary, and this is going to be have everything in it for our record. Now, that's going to need to have everything. It's going to need to have memorial ID, prefix, first name, middle name, maiden name, veteran, birth year, birthday, death day, all that stuff. I'm going to withhold writing all that out for now, but just know that we're going to need to populate this with all the information that we get back from these tags. Okay? So essentially, all these fields are going to need to be written into a dictionary and put into our CSV. Okay? All right, so now we can start thinking about logic a little bit. And, I've kind of gone through this already. So I spent most of like the last week working on this. So, which is why we're kind of flying through it a little bit. And why I'm asking you guys questions and stuff like that, because I've actually, I've already built this. I'm not trying to be, something I'm not here. I've already built this. And so part of that involved, refactoring things, pulling things out into individual functions, and making it so we don't just have like one huge long loop with all the logic in it. What we really want to do is we want to build functions so that, we can just say, all right, we've got these tags, we call all the functions here, and we define the functions elsewhere in the code, because I think that makes it a lot cleaner, and it makes it so that we actually don't clutter up our loop with a bunch of stuff that we can define elsewhere. Okay, so that's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna just list out kind of what we're trying to retrieve out of these functions, and then we'll define the functions as a next step. Okay, so call functions and extract information. So we're going to need to essentially have separate functions to handle each of these elements, because each of them have data that's formatted a different way, does different things, etc. So we're going to get name details from a function that we're going to just call extract name details. And we're going to get birth information and death information from a function called extract dates. And we're going to get grave location from a function called extract grave location. You can see where this is going. And then we're going to get veteran status. So for this one, chat, this is the first thing we're going to define. The first bit of logic we're going to define here. So I mentioned earlier, right, that veteran status, let's look back at our GB50 here, is, let's see, find a veteran here. Veteran, yeah. So I mentioned earlier that, you know, here's William Allers. This span will not exist if they are not a veteran, right? The span will not exist if they are not a veteran. So, if I do a find here and I don't get a result for that particular record, what is going to be stored in veteran tag? So if I do a find here and in that particular div, in that particular record, they are not a veteran, what's going to be stored in veteran tag? And we can actually kind of see that down here in our first test run results. It's going to be none, right? And what is none, chat? What is none? Is it? Jack J says none. What is none? What is it a string? What is it? Is none a string? Bandokai says undefined. Yeah, kind of. It's a type, right? None in this case, it shows as a string here, but it's actually a type. So it's basically like null, right? Yeah, none is a type, exactly. Yeah, it's null. It doesn't exist. And so just even if you don't know Python, even if you only know JavaScript, what's a quick way we can say essentially, if there is a veteran tag, mark it as yes, otherwise empty string? Do we have to say, is there, so essentially what's a quick way we can check, do a logic check, to say, if this exists, do something, otherwise do something else? This works in JavaScript also. We can use an if statement, absolutely. Essentially, let's think about it this way. So if the span exists, then there will be something stored in veteran tag, right? It will have something in it. If there is no result found, it will have nothing in it, right? And so in JavaScript, you can have things that are true or false, but you can also have things that are what do we call truthy or falsy, right? They aren't explicitly true or false, but they have true or false properties. They can be classified as true or false depending on their state. So if veteran tag has something in it, is it truthy or falsy? If veteran tag has something in it, is it truthy or falsy? Yeah, it's truthy, right? And if it's empty, if it has a none, you know, a null value in it, it's essentially falsy, right? So a quick way we can do this check is essentially just say, veteran status is Y if veteran tag, else empty. So we don't have to say if veteran tag equals whatever. or if veteran tag equals true, we can just literally say if veteran tag. If it exists, it is inherently truthy. If it exists, if it has something in it. And if it doesn't, if it's type none, if it's null, empty, whatever, undefined, it's inherently falsy. And so it will be set to empty. So we don't even have to say veteran status equals none. We don't even have to do that. We can literally say if veteran tag, because if it has something in it, it's inherently truthy. Yeah. So a little shortcut there. And I've done this several times in JavaScript, and I was curious whether it would work. This is pretty common in JavaScript, right? You'll say, just if it's there, then do something, otherwise don't. And it was cool to see that it works in Python as well. And there's various ways you could do it. You could do, you could use not or whatever, but in this case I think this is probably the easiest way. You just say if veteran tag, if it has something in it, it's inherently truthy, then this will be Y, otherwise no. Okay, so we're going to call these functions eventually. We haven't defined them yet, which is why I got the yellow squiggles, and that's fine. And then from that, we can kind of build out our data object here a little bit. I'm trying to decide if I want. No, I don't want to do that yet. We're going to wait on that. Okay. What we are going to do now is we are going to take a break because we haven't taken one in a while. We're going to take a break. And then when we come back, we're actually going to get into defining these functions to help us actually get into these tags, see what's in there, and pull out the data. So we'll start with, we'll actually start with the name. That's probably the most interesting one, just because, again, like I said, names are weird. So we're actually going to pass into our name function. We're going to pass in both the name URL and the name tag, because the URL is, as a reminder, the name URL is important because it contains the names split out explicitly into first, middle, and last names. So if somebody, let's say, has a first name with a space in it, like Dieta, which you couldn't necessarily tell just by looking at it, is that their first name, first and middle? What is that? But the URL is going to explicitly split it out into like D_eta hyphen middle name hyphen last name. So we need the name URL because it's going to clearly define those parts for us. We need the name tag because it has all the extra stuff that's not in the URL, such as maiden names, prefixes, like corporal or reverend, and it has suffixes as well, like junior, senior, MD, doctor, or whatever. Yeah. So we're going to pass in both values into our first function. So we're going to pass in both name URL and name tag. We need both of those to actually get all the name details. And then into extract dates, we're going to pass dates tag. And then engraved location, we're going to pass location tag. And we don't need to worry about veteran tag because this is the only logic we need for veteran. That's it. So we're done with veteran for now. And so all the rest of these tags we're going to pass into these functions, which we will define after the break. Okay. As always, we're going to take a 5-minute break, but if you have any questions during the break, feel free to ask them, and I will catch up with chat when we get back. During this break, please hydrate yourself, get up and stretch if you've been sitting this whole time. If you've been standing this whole time, like I have, I'm standing right now, I'm going to go sit down for 5 minutes. All right, I'll see you back here in 5. Alrighty, folks, we got about a minute left in the break, so come on back whenever you are ready. And as always, please make sure you're staying hydrated, make sure you're stretching, and please do pet your dogs, pet your cats, pet your significant other with their permission, of course, and then come on back. Alrighty. And first off, I do apologize, folks. I missed some followers. I didn't see the alerts. Keo8, Lizotop, Schofield, with a bunch of D's, Oleg B12345, and Silver Starship. Thank you so much for the follows, folks. It's great to have you here. Alrighty. Welcome back, everybody. So prior to the break, we kind of set up these function calls for functions we haven't defined yet. So let's define those functions. I think, the most interesting one is the names, because as we've said many times, names are weird. So we need to be very careful about how we are, how we're looking at them and how we're going through and extracting this information from them. Let's take a look at names. We're going to kind of go up to the top here and essentially just define a couple of functions. So just like in JavaScript, we break stuff out. We need to think about, what can we functionize, I guess? What can we turn into functional code and sort of pull it out of our main loop here? And one of those things is going to be the name details. So we can literally just start defining a function. What I like about Python is it's really easy to define a function. You just say that. It's sort of like with JavaScript. You just say def and then the function name, right? And then the parameters for that function, and then a colon. And then from there, as we know, tabs are important in Python, which is something I have learned the hard way more than once, is that, yes, we have to use tabs in our function, and Python actually does care about white space. So for me, coming from SQL and JavaScript, which explicitly do not care about white space in any shape or form, you can put as much or as little white space in those languages as you want. Python has been a bit of a learning curve for me so far. I don't know about anybody else. I'm curious if there's any other folks that start out in, non-white space sensitive languages, if you find it as difficult as I do sometimes. But maybe make me feel less of a dunce in that regard. Okay, so we are pulling in our name URL, right? And the name tag itself. So let's first take a look at the name URL and kind of remind ourselves what that looks like. And we can see an example of that. Let's see, I'm gonna find a good one here. Somebody with a middle name, maybe. Yeah, so here's an example of that URL right down here at the bottom of my screen. You can see that the URLs kind of follow the standard format, right? We're following, the first part is memorial. Everything's separated by a slash. First part is memorial. Second part is the memorial, Python's eat semicolons. Nice. The second part is the memorial ID. And then the third part is the actual name. So if I want to start working with this URL, what's the first thing I want to do with it? What's the first thing I should do with this URL to really start working with the individual parts? And this is regardless of whether, JavaScript, Python, whatever. What's the first thing? Yeah, I'm going to want to split it apart, right? I'm going to split it into its individual parts by the delimiter, in which this case is a slash, right? So I wanted to split it into its individual parts by the delimiter, which is a slash, so which is very easy to do. We can just say URL parts equals, and just take the name URL and do a split and specify the splitter, the delimiter, which is a slash. So from there, it's going to give us a list of each of these individual elements. Oh, thank you for the stretch. Oh goodness, I did yoga this morning, even though I wasn't feeling well. Still went to yoga, and which was a mistake because I have a sinus headache, and so the one thing your sinuses don't want you to do when you have a sinus headache is flip your head upside down. Yeah, felt like my head was gonna explode, but that's okay. Still did yoga. Crisis, that's a good point. And by the way, welcome back, Crisis. It's good to see you. White space sensitive languages drive me crazy. With a background in ops, I often find myself in 5 different OS default config editors, all with different hard and soft tab settings. Makes writing Python and YAML a nightmare. Yeah. Yeah. You don't know if it's configured for spaces tabs or, whatever the settings are for white space. There's no standardization. It's wild. All right. So now that we've split this into its individual parts, we're essentially going to end up, and I'll just bring this with as like an example here. So we're going to end up with like a list. So this is an example here of one of those URLs. So we're going to split it at the slashes, right? And so my list is actually going to look something like this. All right. So what do you notice about this list? What do you notice about this list? Because essentially all I'm doing is I'm just replacing the parts in the URL with commas and putting it in a list. It's hard coded, yes, but what else what's unusual about this list, or what might seem a little bit odd about this list? How many parts does it have, chat? Let me ask that. How many parts does it have? 4, right. It's a bit weird because of the comma. Yeah. There's a comma at the start, right? So if I want to, let's say, pull out the memorial ID, what index, you can access a Python list just like you can a JavaScript list. There's literally no difference. It's 0 indexed, right? So if I want to extract the memorial ID, at what index is the memorial ID located? What index is it? We got 2, we got 1. While I code, welcome to the stream, by the way. Good to have you here. They say 2. Yeah. And it's actually going to be, 2, right? Because of the way this URL is constructed, if we do a split at the slash, it's going to create an empty first element of that list. There's nothing prior to the slash, so it's just going to create an empty first list element. So this is element 0, element 1, element 2, element 3. Yeah, so it's like if there was content here, so if it was like, I don't know, start, and we did the split on the slash, then the first element of this list would be start. But because there's nothing prior to the slash, it's still going to create an element. It's just going to be empty. So since this list has 4 elements, we want to grab the one with the memorial ID in it. So I want to just identify the memorial ID. That's one of the things I'm going to be writing in my output spreadsheet. So I'm just going to say memorial ID. Pretty simple. Memorial ID is going to be URL parts at index 2. So it's not that it's offset by 1. It's that the fact that it created an empty first element in the list because our URL started with a slash and we did a split on the slash. And so it's saying, all right, well, I'm splitting on the slash. There's nothing on the left side, but I'm still going to create an empty first element here. So the only reason I'm bringing this up is because I made the mistake when I was first looking at this of being like, hey, I'm trying to grab this, this memorial ID here. I was trying to grab it, as element 1 because I thought it was going to be the second element in the list, right? 1, this is at index 0, right? And this is at index 1. But because there's a leading slash, it created an empty first element, meaning everything is, everything is one index farther over than you think it would be. So it's actually going to be at index 2. And then our name parts right here are going to be at index 3, right? So name parts are going to be URL parts, and it's going to be at index 3. And I want to, just for the sake of brevity, I want to go ahead and break the name parts into, like, essentially, so I want to go to this element in our list, and I want to break this into a list itself. So I want to break the name into a list itself. So how would I do that, chat? If I want to go straight to this element here, which I'm doing, and I want to break it into a list itself. How would I do that, chat? I saw somebody followed as well. Caddy did it. Thank you so much for the follow. Good to have you here. Split on. Yep, I'm going to call split on what? What am I going to split on? So we've navigated to this element. I'm going to call split. So maybe you can take your cue maybe from this first split, right? So we had this string, and we wanted to break it apart by the slashes. We want to break it apart by the slashes. So now I've navigated to only this element. So let's say we're just going to pull it out here. I'm here. I'm at this element specifically. Forget everything else, because we've already gone to index 3. So forget everything else in here. We've gone to this. I want to split this name into its individual parts and store that in a list itself. Yeah, so as eUnicorn and Bandakai say, we want to split on the dash, right? I want to break this name into its individual parts, and the best way to do that is by the hyphens, exactly. So we've got first, middle, and last, and so then what we end up with is essentially this. Ruth M. Aaron is our final list. So we're going to stick with that for now. We're going to have to do additional processing on the, we're going to have to do some additional processing on this first. So we can go ahead and do that. I wasn't sure whether to do this until the end or now, but I went ahead and did it. It's a good vibe. Welcome to the stream. It's good to have you here. They say, holy crap, what is this project? I don't know Python. Oh, yeah. So what we're doing essentially is I'm working on scraping data from the website findagrave.com. So you might have heard of it. It's just kind of a national database of graves, like who is buried in what grave and where. And what I've done is I've essentially scraped HTML data from Find a Grave because they don't have an API. I don't know why. They decided they don't have an API. So I'm scraping the data from essentially just the search results in order to build an application. I volunteer with a local museum, and the museum is right next to a cemetery. And so we have people coming into our museum all the time saying, hey, can you help me find so-and-so in the cemetery? And so I'm essentially building an app for them where they can say, okay, you go over to that laptop there and just search for whatever you know about this person, and it will tell you the exact location in the cemetery of where that person is. Because, I want to essentially grab the data from Find a Grave for only that cemetery, which we've done. That's what we're looking at right now. Well, essentially, this is all the data from the cemetery. It's just a bunch of raw HTML. And then we're going through it and we're extracting the elements that I want from my app. And then, folks in the museum are going to be able to look for graves where they're at. They're going to be able to add notes. They're going to be, I want to add maybe a map feature eventually so it'll tell them exactly where the grave is, stuff like that. So essentially I'm just creating a volunteer app for a local museum, and it should be really fun. Oh, you work in the memorial industry. Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah. I really wish they had an API. I actually emailed Find a Grave like directly, like to ask, like, hey, do you have an API? I will pay to use your API. I told them exactly what I wanted the information for, and they essentially told me that um, they don't have an API. It doesn't provide coordinates like latitude and longitude, but it does provide for cemeteries that do have like a map. It does provide user entered section and lot information, at least for my cemetery. So we can see here. I'm gonna find an example. Not every entry is gonna have it, but yeah. So for example, here, um, in this particular case, this person has section E lot question mark. We don't know exactly what it is, but some of them have specific grave locations, and I have a map of the cemetery, so I'm hoping to marry those two together to actually create like definitive locations for each grave. But it's a huge project, though. But yeah, that's neat that you've used it before. That's very cool. Anyway, yeah. So what we're working on right now, though, is this HTML is obviously pretty gnarly, right? Um, Pretty gnarly, and so what we're doing right now is we're working on pulling out name data. So good vibe. If you work in the memorial industry, I'm sure you know how every name is different, right? Some people have first names with multiple words in them. Some people have names with special characters in them, or they might have last names that are, multiple words long. And so we're using the information that we have in this HTML to help us parse out what's a first name, what's a last name, what's a middle name, what's a maiden name, what's a prefix, what's a suffix, all of those different name elements into essentially separate columns. We're going to put them in separate columns in a spreadsheet. Yeah. Mashiko says if they don't have an API, how are they storing their data? They have that's the thing. They have an API, clearly. They just don't make it public access. They have a private API to fetch their data, but they have no way for the public to access it. So that's why I learned Python. I literally learned Python for this project because I had to scrape it by myself by hand. Are you trying to parse the data and rework them into an API? I'm trying to, well, essentially this data is going to be loaded into a database. And then I have the application built already to access this data. And this data is only for one particular cemetery, for one particular museum. So this isn't like a whole big, nationwide thing. This is for one cemetery for a public museum. But yeah, it is. So the data itself, I'm basically putting into a formatted state. It's going to look like this. Yeah, this is a small project. Exactly. This is not a huge thing. So the cemetery I'm working with has approximately 4,667 graves. That's the count. And I'm essentially just standardizing and formatting the data. Unique IDs, prefix, first, etc., blah, 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 veteran status, birthday, death, birth information, death information, section, and lot location. So, you can see that there's gaps here. And so those are the gaps that I'm literally going to be walking around the cemetery. So that's what I'm planning to do next weekend is I'm going to be walking around the cemetery physically, looking for these missing graves and trying to fill in the information. So that'll be fun. It's supposed to be like over 40 degrees Fahrenheit next weekend, so that's my goal. But yeah. Does this include graves that aren't paid for yet? This is just people that are already buried. This is only current residents because, like I say, we have people that come into our museum looking for their mom or their grandmother or grandfather, relative, whatever cousin. And it's, they just want to know where they're at. And so this is meant to help them. So really, it's just more of a community historical type project. It's not meant to be, monetized or used by the industry in any way. It's literally just for our community to help find their relatives and their friends in this cemetery and maybe add some notes about them. Good Vibe says, oh geez, maybe you could talk with the cemetery to have them send you the information for new graves. I wish. That would be lovely. But unfortunately, the cemetery management is not partial to doing that. So I have to use other sources of information, like publicly sourced, like Find a Grave. Yeah, I won't say anything more than that, other than they are not willing to, provide that information to us in an easily digestible format. Yeah, I wish they would. Haven't been to a cemetery for a while. They're nice. They aren't scary. If somebody said maybe we could do this during spooky season, which is good. A lot of the times they do that. Um, but yeah, yeah, things can be fun for spooky season, but I don't consider this a spooky project at all. I consider this historical project. Graves don't have to be scary on their own. To me, it's more of like investigation, archaeology, history type thing. Is the next project paranormal ghosts? No, I personally, I mean, everybody has their own beliefs. I don't believe in ghosts at all or paranormal stuff, so I don't really do anything around related to that. I don't mind it, but I have no really affinity for ghosts. Yeah, I consider it more like history, archaeology, whatever. Just mapping, you can map out your community by looking at the people who lived there in the past. And the best way to do that is with a cemetery. So that's why I'm doing this. That's why I like it. I love cemeteries for that reason. History. Anyway, what were we doing? We were splitting this out. Okay. Yeah, we could have done a split to essentially start with a slice at the first part of the string. Definitely. We could, yeah. No recall mentioned we could have done name URL and start at index 1 rather than index 0 to sort of get rid of that first slash there. Absolutely. So that's another option. I just decided to move everything over by 1 index in order to account for it. So either way, it works. So we've done that split. And then the next thing I want to do is, so once we've split this up, right, we have a list right now of 3 elements. This is fine, but I do also want to make sure that, things are capitalized appropriately. So I'm just going to go ahead and capitalize the first letter of each list element so that it turns it back into like a name format, right? So we can just say, essentially we're just going to like reassign the list and say like, this is cool. I didn't know about this. I'm curious if other people knew about this, but we can say, name part dot title. So what the title method does, this is neat. What the title method does is it treats it like a book title. So it's going to capitalize like the first letter of every word. So if you pass through something, it's going to just, so let's say like this was Ruth Ann, it was like this, or even if it'll even handle underscores. So like if this person's name was Ruth Ann M. Aaron, it would say, Ruth Ann, M. Aaron, like that. So pretty neat title method. I was looking up ways to capitalize the first, letter of each word in a list, and this came up as like the easiest way to do it. So name part.title for name part in name parts. So essentially we're just saying for each name part in this list of, Ruth, in this case it's just Ruth M. Aaron. So for each name part in this list, just capitalize the first letter of each word. Oh, thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. Thank you. So I'm curious, has anybody else used title before? Because I hadn't heard of it until I looked on Stack Overflow. Just curious. I know there's other ways to do it, but for me, like I'm used to doing it like in JavaScript where you have to like do a split and then you capitalize like the first element, right? You just say like first element upper, and then you have to rejoin it with the rest of the word. That's the way I'm used to doing it in JavaScript. But it was really neat that there's like a built-in method to do it in Python. I thought that was cool. Makes it so much easier. All right, so now that we've kind of like, so our list looks like this right now. But there can be times when, like, if this person's name was Ruth Ann, like I said, if they have multiple, let's see if I can find an example here. I don't know if there is one in our little sample thingy. No, I don't see one. But if there is somebody with like a multi-part first name, so if I say like Ruth Ann, it would look like this. So it would have a underscore between it. So if I want to actually format the first name properly, I need to say name parts name parts and then get the first index. That's going to be my first name. And then I just want to do a quick replace. And actually, I could have probably done a replace on all the parts too. I just thought of that now, but well, so I don't have to repeat the replace over and over again. But oh well, it's okay. So essentially I can just, for each part, so first name is the first part, I want to replace any underscores with spaces. Okay, so first name, then we'll have middle name and last name. So chat, how can I identify the last name? So, you know, let's say that our list currently looks like this. You know, this is the record we're currently on. Our person's name is Ruth Ann M. Aaron. So how do I identify the last name, chat? Null says length -1 index, last index, Plastic World. Welcome to the stream, by the way, Plastic World. They say -1 from last index. Yeah, why are we saying -1? Why are we saying -1 rather than 0, 1, 2? Why are we saying -1 rather than 2? Why do we want to use -1 rather than index 2? Well, regardless of zero-based indexes, right? I'm not saying length -1 here. I'm literally saying index -1. So it doesn't matter what the last index is. I'm going to say -1. Yeah, because our middle name could be, you know, we could have some weird stuff going on here, right? We could have, you know, I mean, theoretically, we should only have 3 parts, but we might not. There could be something funky going on here. And so regardless of how long this list is, we know that the last name is always going to be the last element. We could potentially, I don't think we should have a varying element count here, but there is potential because names are weird, like we've said before. So we can just use -1 here and just grab the last element no matter how long this list is. Yeah, reverse indexing because we're not assuming the length, exactly as folks are saying. Yes. And thank you, Scott91E1. Thank you so much for the follow as well. All right, so that's going to be our last name. And then we're going to do a replace there. And once again, I'm probably going to refactor this to just do the replace prior to doing these assignments. But for now, I'm just going to leave it. All right, and so the remainder is just the middle name. And middle names could cause a challenge, right? So if the middle name exists, so for example, like this person here, Gordon Lester Abbey, Lester is the middle name. If the middle name exists, it will be at index 1, right? But for this person here, their first name is Dieta and their last name is Abbey, and they don't have a middle name, right? First name, last name. So in this case, their list is only 2 elements long. So index 0, index 1. So I'm going to say for middle name, we want to grab the element at index 1, but not if they don't have a middle name, right? Back it up, Terry. Backdoor the length. Yeah, exactly. So I only want to fetch the middle name if it exists, right? So what's going to be my criteria to quickly identify whether or not the middle name exists? How can I quickly tell that just by looking at the list? Datagram, thank you so much for the follow. Good to have you here. Of course, Plastic World. Thank you. Yeah, breaking down concepts helps me understand concepts as well. So it's mutually beneficial. So yeah, it's for you and for me. Yeah, we can tell. Yeah, right. We can tell by the length of the list itself, right? So essentially, we can tell if they have a middle name if the length of name parts is essentially equal to 3. We could say greater than as well, but so I only want to fetch the middle name at index 1 if there is a middle name to fetch. So if there's actually 3 parts to the name. So we know, and I know by the construction of the URL that it's in this list, we're never going to have prefixes, suffixes, anything else like that. So the last name is always going to be the last element. Middle name is always going to be the middle element if one exists. So if the length is 3, otherwise there is no middle name. Yeah. So we've fetched the first, middle, and last name. Hooray. But unfortunately, we are not done because names are weird and people have more things going on in their names. So for example, titles. So in my data, I'm calling them prefixes and suffixes. But we're going to have things like maiden names. And so those are only stored in the raw, like plain text. So we don't have that in the URL. So for example, this Christina Jorgensen Ulrichs, that Jorgensen is her maiden name, which for those of you who might not know, maiden name, when I refer to that, that just means her last name before she took her husband's name in marriage, if she did take her husband's name. So that's what I mean when I say maiden name, is what was her last name before she was married. And that is actually really vital for us, because let's say you had a childhood friend who you only knew when you were 5 years old, and unfortunately maybe she passed away at some point. You didn't know whether she was married. You only knew the last name she had when you knew her, right? And so I've had multiple people come in from the cemetery and say, I couldn't find my relative because I only know their maiden name. I don't know, I don't know their married last name. So in this case, the URL only stores Christina Ulrich. It doesn't store Jorgensen. So we need to get that from the actual plain text that we have here. So if I'm looking in here, how can I quickly extract the maiden name? What's the quickest way for me to extract the maiden name? Because we don't care about anything else. We've already got the first name. We've already got the last name. All I care about is the maiden name. So how can I get it quickly? Yeah, it's essentially surrounded by these I tags, right? So we have this tag already. I'm going to go in here to this part of, I'm going to get the inner text of the tag, right? If to speak in JavaScript terms here, I'm going to get the inner text of the HTML tag. And then within that inner text, I just want to extract just this part, just the maiden name. It's always surrounded by I tags. And then similarly for prefixes as well. So when I say prefixes, I mean things like reverend or corporal. I think we've got a corporal in here. Let me do a quick search here. CPL. Yeah, here we go. So here's one. Here's the name text that we're looking at. It's actually this tag right here. We have I class PE2. That's the tag we pulled earlier. And we can see here that there's literally a span with a class of prefix. And that's always going to contain the prefix, reverend, corporal. I don't know. This Find Engrave doesn't do like Mr., Mrs., or whatever. But it does do reverend, corporal, any honorifics that they might have. I guess, I don't know. I can't think of any others right now, but doctor, maybe. That will be in the prefix span. Yeah. So we're gonna essentially identify we're gonna be able to extract these special name elements just by their tags. They're already identified for us in tags. And somebody asked, what I again? Oh, so this is the tag we're pulling out for the full name text. It's just this I tag with a class of PE2. And then within there, if the name has a prefix, it's going to be within a span with a class of prefix. So again, we can just use BeautifulSoup to pull it right out. If they have a maiden name, I'll find one here. Here we go. Again, I tag class PE2. This person has a maiden name, and that is called out with inner I tags. So just like the prefix is called out with a span, maiden name is called out with I tags. Okay? So this person's name is first name Vivian, middle name Stars, last name Backoff, which is a great last name, by the way. But her maiden name, as called out with these I tags, was Pape. So pretty easy to extract, actually, given that it's already called out for us. So now that we're kind of done with the URL, we've got first, middle, and last names. Now we just need to get the special parts. So I'm going to say full text. This time we're going to start not looking at the URL anymore. We're going to look at the actual tag. So the plain text version with HTML tags in it. Full text, we're going to say name tag. And I'm just going to do an inner text on this, which in Python is using BeautifulSoup. It's going to be get text. So this is essentially like if I was doing inner text on an HTML tag. I'm going to take that I tag and I'm just going to get the text out of it. And what that means is I'm going to get everything between the opening and closing tag. So for example, in this is the full text of the name tag, or the full tag of the name tag. And then when I say get text, it's going to pull out this. So that includes any tags in the text, right? Any child tags in there. So from there, now I have this part. And then from there, I can extract both the maiden name and the prefix. So we'll do prefix first. We'll say prefix tag is going to be, and I'm just realizing it. I'm just realizing I made a mistake. It's okay. It's fine. We'll just do it this way. I went ahead and I just completely, I wrote this part because I refactored this a couple different times. Because at first I was trying to brute force, like from just I didn't use the URL. I was just trying to brute force from the plain text to like get the name out. And it was really hard and I couldn't do it. And so when I went back and redid this, I just completely ignored this part. So I'm going to get rid of that. And, yeah, I don't think, am I even using full text? Let me see, hang on. I am using it later for regex, so that's fine. We'll leave it. But yeah, so for prefix, I'm just going to go back into the name tag, so the full tag, and I'm going to do a find. And I'll talk about why I did it this way in a second. So we're going to find the span tag, and we are going to look for the span tag with a class of prefix. And what that's going to do, the name tag variable is essentially storing this, just to kind of keep track of what we have here. So this is what is in the name tag variable. It's the whole tag. And so if I want to call the find method on it, I need to start with a tag. So I'm starting with a tag. I'm calling the find method. In order to use BeautifulSoup, I essentially need to, make sure that it's actually formatted as HTML. So in this case, I'm starting with a tag, calling the find method, looking for a span with a class of prefix. This entry doesn't have one, so it's not going to return anything there. But if it did, then I would get the text out of it to say prefix tag dot get text. If a prefix tag exists, otherwise just leave it empty. Okay. And now we could essentially do the same thing for maiden names. So for maiden names, for example, this one here, we're going to look inside this tag for an I tag. So we can do something very similar. We can say maiden tag equals name tag dot find, and just look for any I tags in there. And then also do a get text on that. So pretty similar. Maiden equals maiden tag dot get text if one exists, otherwise nothing. So in the case of this one here, the result of this little thing here would be that we end up with prefix, the value of prefix being an empty string because this person doesn't have any prefixes. But the value of maiden for this person would be equal to pape in the end. Okay? So no prefix, but we pulled out pape. And the next thing is a little bit harder. And this is where we actually do have to use like this full text value here. This is where we actually get to use a little bit of regex, everybody's favorite thing in the world. Everybody loves regex, right? Because in this data, I'm trying to find a nickname here. Let's see. Let's see. I think there was one for, we'll try like Butch or some Buck or Ricky or something. Try to find a nickname. Wait, okay. Oh, nope, that's a maiden name. That's not a nickname. Let me see. I'm gonna look at the final results here. Oh, here we go. Dora, yeah, for very first one. There we go. Dora Schnepp. Let's see. There we go. So yeah, here are regex party. I know everybody's favorite thing. So these are how nicknames look in regex, or sorry, in the HTML. So you can see here that they're kind of generally somewhere in the middle of the string. But one thing I noticed in this data though is that even nicknames aren't in a consistent spot. So I've seen nicknames that are like after the middle name. I don't know if they could be after them. I don't know if it's possible for them to be after the maiden name, but I've seen records where it's like, Bob, Reginald, Reggie, and then the last name. And, so the nickname could be anywhere, really, potentially anywhere within the string. But what we do have as a clear identifier are the quotes, and they're fancy quotes too. They're not like, traditional. They're not like the, double quotes like this. You can see, I don't know if it's kind of hard to see probably, but they're different. They're Unicode. There's like special Unicode quotes. Regisaur for regex. Yes, exactly. So these are special quote characters that we can actually use regex to help extract these nicknames. So anything that's within these special funky quotes, we can pull out and treat as a nickname. All right. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to say, we're going to essentially just search for nickname, because not everybody's going to have a nickname, right? So most people won't. But we're going to use that regex library that we imported at the very start of this, and we're going to do a search just within the record. We're essentially just going to say, look for the fancy quotes. And I'm going to copy and paste this regex because I don't trust myself to type it properly. And I will say I didn't come up with this regex on my own. I used a regex generator. There's a bunch of them, out there on the internet. I used a regex generator to make this, but yeah, essentially it's just looking for any number of characters within the funky quotes. And it's looking through, the full text of within that name tag. So just only within the text of the name tag, it's going to look through and it's going to look for the items within the funky quotes. And then here's the funky thing. If there is a match, let me type this out first and I'll talk through it. We have to say nickname match dot group in order to actually just return the text value. If nickname match else blah. Because what the search method does is it actually returns a bunch of like extra metadata about like where the match was in the string. So it returns not only the match, but like metadata about like, okay, how many characters was it from the start of the string and all sorts of other stuff. I don't remember exactly what, but yeah, it returns a bunch of extra stuff. And so if you just want the text match, you have to say nickname match dot group, And then, for example, if you did a search all, you could potentially have multiple matching results at different locations. And so you would have to say group 1, group 2, group 3, whatever. And so in this case, we only have one result, but we just say nickname match dot group. And I could say group 1 here too, if I just want to store the text value in my nickname variable. So I wasn't sure when I was first doing this. I didn't remember if the Python text talked about that or not. I know we talked about search, but I didn't remember the group part. And so I had to Google this because I was like, why the heck do we have to use group here? Because otherwise I get back a bunch of garbage. But yeah, if you just want the text result of the match, you have to call the group method on your match value. So funky little thing there. All right, and then finally, if there is a nickname, I want to combine it with the first name. So I want to take the whatever value we have for the first name, and I want to tack the nickname onto it. So Norman, Nani, Richard, Rick, etc. Carolyn, Candy, all these are nicknames, right? So I want to attach it to the first name. So if I were to do that in JavaScript, how can I quickly combine two values or two string values with formatting? Let's say I want to say first name space nickname. What's a quick way for me to do that in JavaScript? What would we do? Or if you know in Python too. I'm just asking JavaScript because a lot of the audience is familiar with JavaScript. But the answer is going to be the same in both languages. We could concatenate, but what's an even slicker way with like the most modern version of JavaScript? If I want to quickly combine, let's say, a bunch of variables together into a formatted string, what's the quickest and easiest way to do that with modern JavaScript? What do we call? So we could use pluses, yes. But what's a way that almost looks like we're writing directly with the variables? We don't have to use pluses. We can just essentially just drop everything in. And Plastic World, you noted it out there. What do we call that, Plastic World? When we use the $ curly braces, what is that called? Yeah, it's called a template literal, right? Exactly. We don't have to use join, none of that. We can just quickly create a template literal. Yep. Yeah, you're right. It is backticks. Yeah, I'm getting turned around between languages here. Yeah, it's essentially a template literal. Yep, getting there exactly. No, yeah. So if a nickname exists, then I want to combine it with the first name. If it doesn't exist, I don't care. I'm not going to do anything. So I can just say if a nickname exists, then I want to say first name will now become, and this is Python template literal syntax. I had to just literally Google this again because I couldn't remember. We take just the first name and then space and then the nickname. So this is Python template literal syntax. It's somewhat similar to JavaScript template literal syntax, at least in execution. But yeah, so this is literally just first name space nickname. That becomes the new first name if a nickname exists. All right, so we have maiden names, we have prefixes. It's in Python. It's called an F string. It is. I think it's still a template literal, isn't it? I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but yeah, it is an F string. Vocab is hard, right? And so yeah, we have prefixes, we have maiden names, we have nicknames. The last thing that we need are suffixes. So I will admit I cheesed it a little bit with suffixes. This is going to be the most low tech part of this probably. Is that, I mean, really, like, by suffixes, I mean things like junior, right? Junior, senior, the third, stuff like that. I mean, there's really not that many of them. I was trying to think about, like, the smartest way to do this, and I was like, honestly, I can only think of, like, 5 or 6 possible suffixes that people can have on their name. Esquire, yeah. Yeah, my community really isn't that posh. So I'm just doing this for one cemetery. So my community really, we don't have, we're not. I live in in the United States. We don't really have landed gentry or whatever. So we don't have that many fancy titles. So really, all I did was just say, all right, just take the string and check the last element in it. So I essentially just take the full text, split it up by spaces, and then check the last element. So remember, the full text is different than the URL. So we did this earlier for the URL just to get the first, middle, and last names, but the full text, if there is a suffix, it will have it. So this is different than the URL. This is the raw plain text of the name. So if the last element in the raw full text of the name is just in a predefined list that I came up with, and it's this, these are the only suffixes that I could think of. And then later on, I added MD because that came up in the actual data as I was testing. Frenetic says, what happens if there's a nickname for both the first name and the middle name? I suppose that could potentially happen. I didn't find that in my data. I'm not saying it isn't maybe possible. That's a great question. I mean, I love that. By the way, welcome to the stream, Frenetic. Great to have you here. I didn't find that in my data. I'm not saying that couldn't happen. I don't know if Find a Grave allows that. If like the source data source allows for multiple nicknames. I only ever saw one in all 4,600 records. I only ever saw like one nickname at a time, but I mean, that could happen. And in that case, what we would have to do is change this from a search to like a search all, right? We'd have to return all records. And then if there were multiple nicknames, we'd have to, probably just put spaces between them and just append them to the first name. So yeah, if I did come across a situation where there was, more than one nickname, we'd have to do a search all and then get all the groups, and then join them all to the first name. Yeah. Jay Blitzen, thank you so much for the follow. Arc495, thanks for the follow. Henry the VIII is not going to be happy. He's probably turning his grave. That's funny. Yeah. Fortunately, I don't think there's anybody in the data that goes beyond the fifth. My name is Sir John Hamilton III. So yeah, I feel like I cheesed this one a little bit. I don't know. I was getting pretty tired of messing with names. So there's probably a more elegant way to do this, honestly, but I didn't feel like thinking about it. So, and then so if we find, if I find that this is a match, then again, I'm just saying, all right, just suffix is equal to whatever that last element is. If that element matches this list, then just store the last element as the suffix. So if it's one of these, then fine, it's the suffix. Yeah. Covernando, thank you so much for the follow. Good to have you here. But yeah, so that's those are all the name elements. That's probably the hardest part of this whole thing. And so now that we have all these name elements, we can just package them up in a return statement. And, just give them all the appropriate names. So I'm going to copy this here from the finished version. But yeah, it's just literally just taking all the components that we defined and, I'm missing something there. I probably have a spelling error. Hang on. That is not surprising to me whatsoever. Yeah, let me see. Yeah, so this is actually maiden. This should be maiden name. Whoops. Yeah, all right. Okay, so those are all the elements. We're packaging them up in a dictionary or an object, whatever you want to call it, and returning that. So when we call extract name details down here as we're looping through, that's going to just store this entire results, so all this information, in our name details variable. And then that's what we're going to write to the file. So that's all the name information. And I mean, that was the hardest part because names are the weirdest part of all this data. So that's going to be our longest function. And the next thing we're going to do is we're going to extract the dates, and then we're going to do the grave location, and then we should have all the data that we need. All right, so our next function is going to be looking at the dates. So as a reminder, this is kind of the general date format, and we've already extracted the tag where these dates live. So we have this data, and then we're just going to go into the text of that tag And we determined earlier that the divider between the birth date and the death date is always going to be a dash. That never fails. Even if we don't have any information about the birth date, there's still going to be a dash. And if we don't have any, if we don't have any information about a particular date, it's just going to show up as unknown. I think if I search for that, I should be able to find one. Unknown. Yeah, so here we go. Here's an example. So this person has an unknown birth date, but it's still a value with a space and a dash and a space and then the death date. So at minimum, we will have unknown. And so we can always very clearly delimit the birth date and the death date, which is really helpful for us because it really standardizes the format, right? So we have that information. We can quickly parse that out. And then from there, we can simply say, okay, first is always going to be the day, and then the month, and then the year. And all the Europeans are cheering because that date format actually makes sense, unlike the date format that Americans normally use, which is, something like this: 01, 02, 2025, which is the month, day, year format, which makes every European, basically everybody but Americans cringe whenever we use it. So I guess this is I'm glad Find a Grave did their formatting this way. I'm curious how many Europeans in the chat hate that month, day, year date format. Just a little informal poll. All right, so it makes no sense. I can confirm. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, legitimately, speaking as an American, it makes no sense. That is correct. It's incredibly difficult to parse out what's the month, what's the day. Yeah, it's pretty terrible. But of course, it's America. We're never going to change. We're never going to do what makes sense, as well evidenced by recent events. Yeah, this date format right here, this date format is completely legible, absolutely. But something like 01, 02, 2025, if it's not standardized to be day, month, year, as Americans, we write month, day, year. So this could be, this is January 2nd, 2025. But if you're reading it the European way, you would read it as February 1st, 2025, right? Yeah. So dates are hard. Anybody who's done any programming can tell you dates are hard. So at least we have a standardized format to work from here, right? All right, so we're going to define a function here to extract our dates. And we're going to pass into that our dates tag. So we already have the tag, pass that in, and we're essentially going to define two variables here, just the birth date and the death date. And we'll just initialize those with none for starters. And then I think there is a date tag in all cases, but we're still doing kind of a little redundant check here. And I have this tabbed in. Hang on. There we go. So I want to first go into the tag and get the text. So we're going to say dates tag.get text. We've done this before. Dates tag.get text. Get text. And we're also going to be, I believe there's actually spaces around the outside of this as well. So we got to do a strip. So we're going to strip off the extra white space, get the text, strip off the extra white space, and then we're essentially going to just extract the birth and death dates. Year, month, day for the win. Yeah, as long as they're in chronological order, right? Or size order, I guess. I don't know. Whether you go day, month, year, month, day, right? Just put them in order of size, right? America does it so weird with the month, day, year thing, right? It just doesn't make any sense. But hey, we also use Fahrenheit and imperial units. So we are strange and yeah, we are a strange people in general. Okay. We pull out the text, and then from there, I learned a cool little thing where you can kind of do like almost like a destructuring like you would in JavaScript. So you can essentially take two variables and assign them simultaneously. And I think we actually did this in the text. You can take two variables and assign them simultaneously. Um, so what we can do is we can essentially, like, for example, I'll just grab a date here. Let's see, I want to get a full date. Yeah, like here. So like I can take this date. So like this. And I can split it. So when we've stripped off the white space, right? So there's going to be no extra white space here. And I can split it by the hyphen and automatically assign the first element to this variable and the second element to this variable. So it's like a destructuring kind of a thing. So we can, using map, we can actually do that. We can say string.strip, which I think we already did, but whatever. And then say dates text dot split, and just split it by the hyphen and assign those simultaneously. So it's going to say, all right, split this at the hyphen, take the first element and put it in this variable, take the second element and put it in this variable. And I just thought that was really cool. Oh, that's terrible. I love it. I know. Yeah, it's like, it's gnarly as hell, but I thought that was, I couldn't not do this once I learned it. I was like, this is like a Code Wars one-liner, and like, why would I not do this now? Yeah, and as talking about dates, year, month, day comes with the advantage that sort makes it. Yeah, you can chronologically sort it exactly. So I will say that at work, even though we use the American format, like when we talk about dates, all of our data storage in our database when we're working with dates is stored in that format. It's stored in year, month, day, because that way you can actually sort it. It's just like our unique IDs and like our date dimension are stored. The unique IDs are all the chronological, year, month, day date format. So yep, that's exactly why we did it. But yeah, this is gnarly and terrible, and which is why I like it so much. It's like I can't not do this. All right, so from there we have the dates, but I need to break them out into the individual day, month, and year. I want to have those as individual values, because in my app you can search by year, you can search by day, month, any element of that person's birth or death date that you can search on in my app. So I need to have them separated so you can actually return results. So we need to strip this down more now to say what is the essentially what are these elements going to be. And so essentially I'm just going to store them as like two dictionaries. So one for birth and one for death. And each one is going to have the elements day, month, and year in it. Okay. Yeah. So we have birth, we have death, and they're each going to have day, with, whatever. This is going to be our else statement, which is I'm going to put nuns here for now. Month and year. I need to make sure I get my capitalization right. Yeah, year. Okay. Year. Okay. That. Cellophane says, are there undetermined dates? Yes. Some, if, for example, let's say that we have no information on like birth date, then that is listed as unknown. And so we're going to build, in just a minute, we are going to be building some logic to handle the unknowns of these values. So for each one of these, we're actually going to call a secondary helper function. And I may have gone too far with the functioning of these things, but we're going to take our birth date, we're going to pass it into a helper function. And if one doesn't exist, so if one exists, we're going to pass it into the helper function. Otherwise, we're just going to return, nuns for these. So we're going to say parse date for birth, parse date for death. If death date, else just empty. So this is a really small little function. All it's going to do is just strip out each of these parts into their individual values. Nell says, "Boy, you weren't joking about switching up those codes. I warned you guys. I said I will switch at random between single quotes and double quotes. Uh, yeah, yep, 100%. I do it with impunity. I will constantly switch between single and double quotes and hardly ever even notice it. So, really quick little helper function here, just to break apart these dates. Guilty. Oh my goodness. Somebody just gifted a sub. Thank you so much. An anonymous gifter gave John Gemstone a tier 1 sub. Thank you so much. Whoever you are, I appreciate you. Thank you. And also thank you for the follow Wesley Mendonca. Thank you for the follow as well. Good to have you here. And yes, whoever that was, thank you for the sub. You get my special little sub screen, even though I don't know who you are. But thank you. Wow, thanks for the sub. All right. So why convert none to those placeholders if the parse fails? So it's mostly just because this is expecting to return a dictionary, which we're then going to dig into later in order to write the record to our actual CSV file. So I'm going to be pulling out each of these individual fields. And so I could be wrong about this. I thought that if I'm going into this and I'm trying to just I want to, extract the specific day value, extract the specific month value, year value, if this was just set to none, my thought was that I would get an error because it couldn't find the key value. Now, I might be wrong about that. Maybe that was overkill. I don't know. I just assumed that if I didn't have this structure in place and I went in and I tried to look for, the day value on a record that didn't have one, that I would just get an error. But maybe not. I actually didn't test that. So, okay, real quick, let's write our helper function. So we're going to say parse dates, parse date, and we're going to pass in just a date string into that. First thing we want to check for is if whatever value we've passed in is unknown. So that means that, there is no available date. We looked at a couple of those. I don't have one pulled up anymore, but if any of those values is unknown, then we can just return, that same empty object, except with a slight difference. So we're going to take this object here, day, month, year, and I want to store unknown in the year value just to show that, hey, it's not that this is missing. It's just that it's literally in the source data. It didn't exist, right? We pulled it from the source data. This is how it looked in the source data. So I'm just going to store that in the year value. Mama Rolf says, I live in Europe and Sweden. We say day and month in that order. 3 June, using year, month, day is totally logical. Yeah. I know a lot of European countries say 3rd June and then the year. Yeah, and that order makes logical sense, definitely. Yeah, we're gonna have a none at some level either way. I just thought that if it couldn't even retrieve the key, it might give an error, but maybe not. I'm probably wrong about that. This probably wasn't necessary. I don't think I ever tested this specific element. So if there's an unknown, then we store unknown in the year value. However, if the date does exist, then we actually want to split it out into its parts. So we can just say parts equals date string dot split. Exploit. How's it going, Rask? Good to see you. And so then our day is essentially just going to be, okay, here's where it gets a little funky, because in our dates, I'm trying to find an example of this. In our dates, we could have really one or any part of the date. Here's a great example right here, right? So, hey, Gohaku, welcome. So we know that this person was born in 1906, but we don't know the month or the day, right? So we're going to need to make provisions for, yes, the date exists, but it's incomplete. So essentially, we're always going to have at least a year value, but we may or may not have a month or a day. We don't know. So essentially, if the length of our split date value, so I'll just grab a date here, if the length of our split date value, so in this case, let's say we're looking at this date, and we've passed in the death value. Let's just say that. Our date string is the death date, and it's this right here. So we're going to do a split on the spaces. And so in this case, we're going to end up with 8 May and 1997, like that. So if we have all three parts, we can essentially say day is going to always be the first part, right? So our day is going to be equal to parts 0, but only if the length of that length of parts is equal to 3, right? Else none. And same for month. So month is only going to exist. Month is only going to exist if the length is greater than or equal to 2. Right? Because if we, let's say we don't have a day, we could have a month and a year, and that's fine. Or we could have, month, day, and year, and that's fine too. We want to capture month in either of those two scenarios. So if length is 3 or if length is 2, we want to capture the month either way. Now, chat, I may or may not have a first element to this list, right? It could look like this. It could look like this. So if I want to capture the month, how do I do that? How do I identify the correct index to capture the month, no matter what the length is? TV Josh says, why don't you use the built-in date parse function? Because I didn't know about it. That never even occurred to me. I'm just treating it like a string. I mean, yeah, I'm sure there's probably a more clever way to do this. I probably could have used some kind of date parsing, but I didn't even think of it, and I didn't know that it existed. So here we go. It works. Maiva says add 1 since it's the second part in the array. Not necessarily. What if we don't have a day, right? Then it's going to be the first part in the array. So how do we deal with it if it may or may not be, like, we don't know exactly what element it's going to be if we're counting from left to right? How do we deal with it? Yeah, standard library is Python. Yeah, I'm not in that mindset yet of being like, there's a Python library for everything. So yeah, I probably could have done this in a much more clever way, but I was just treating it like a string. Because I've done a lot. By the time I did this, I'd done so much with the names and the strings. I was like, oh, I can do this. I can treat it like a list and do it that way. But yeah, I'll probably refactor. I'll look into that and refactor it to use date parsing. But for now, what's a way that I can identify this value regardless of whether or not there's a first element in the array? What part is it? Worst case scenario. Yeah, absolutely. I will refactor this to use that library, definitely. Let's think about this in terms of what we do have, right? So I can only capture the month if it exists, I know I'm always going to have, I've already filtered out the unknowns, right? I've already filtered out the unknowns. So at minimum, I am always going to have a year. So I'm always going to have a year. So I'm always going to have a last element. And I'm already checking to see if the length of my list is greater than or equal to 2. So at minimum, if I'm capturing the month, I'm always going to have these 2 elements. Frenetic says length minus X. Yeah, we're getting there. I always know I'm going to have a year. And since I'm doing this check here, I'm always going to have a month. So if I just want to fetch this second part, or this sort of middle part here, if I always know that this element is going to be present, I can just do this. So I always know I'm going to have the same number of elements to the right of the month. So in that case, I want to count from right to left. So I'm going to say -1, -2. Yeah, exactly, Maiva. Just exactly what you said. Yep. Yeah. And so then I can essentially do the same thing for the year. So year is going to be just parts -1 because I know it's always going to be present. And essentially, I have a check here, but that was really just because I was copying and pasting from month. So we don't even really need this check because year is always going to be present, but whatever. So in that case, then I just return day is equal to day, month is equal to month, and year is equal to year. Okay? Yeah. So this was our helper function, and we've called our helper function on our day here. And essentially that'll just return the value, right? If it exists, it'll return it. If it doesn't exist, it will return unknown in the year column. And it's going to return a dictionary value and assign it into our birth and death values. And then finally, the last thing we need to do here is just return birth and death. Birth and death. So we can write them to our file. And again, these are dictionaries. So it's going to, return day, month, and year within this variable. Okay? All right, we're almost done, folks. Last function is just the grave location. Let's see, Hollylux says, what is the return value of list.pop in pi if the list is empty? What's the return? I don't know. What is the return value of list.pop in pi if the list is empty? None? It's a good question. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maxat, welcome to the stream. They say, you do it wrong, use date parser. Big script not work if you get not valid HTML markup. Yeah, I do need to, I should be using, rather than trying to treat this like a string, I should be using an actual date parser. I didn't think of it when I built this originally. I will probably use a date parser refactoring this, but I will say that this does work as intended because I'm using BeautifulSoup to pull down the date values already. So I already have the date tags. I know it's valid. And then I already know the format of the date that's being stored in here. So I do know that at minimum, I will have a year value, and then I may or may not have a month and year. So I kind of know the structure already and what's in it. But yeah, I do agree that if you know you're going to be working with dates, you should probably use a dedicated parser of some kind. Yeah. Honestly, I didn't even think of it because I'd already been doing a lot of work with strings. And so I was just in string mode, and I just was like, it's strings. And I just did it like that. Yeah, we could do potentially list.pop 3 times as well. Definitely. Yep. Yeah, just be like pop, pop, pop. First pop is year. Second pop is month. Third pop is day. Yeah, 100%. That's why I wanted to go over this with y'all, because y'all are gonna think of the stuff that I didn't think of when I was building this. This is my first ever like big Python project. Like I've built a few small scripts to, do some data cleanup and stuff like that. But this is my first real big project, especially with Beautiful Soup. So that's why, I'm going over this with you guys to show you what you can do, but then also because smarter people than I am are going to have good suggestions about ways to make it better. So I appreciate that. All right. But yeah, I will refactor this to be better because this is the jankiest part probably. All right. So last thing we want to do though is we want to then extract the grave location. So as a reminder, let me hydrate really quickly. So, sorry. Just to remind you what that data looks like. Just to remind you what that data looks like, let's take a look at a plot. Yeah, so we have, once again, we have the valid tags already. We want to just go into this tag here. We want to go specifically go into the strong tag, and we're going to need to try to pull out essentially this letter here and this number here. So the only thing we know about this is, and this can vary a lot because this data is all user entered. So some of this is going to be garbage. But the best thing we can really do here is look for a word like section or sect. There may or may not be a comma. There may or may not be a space. Look for the word lot, and then look for some kind of an integer after it. So this is always going to be like a letter or a word, because that could be like section single. I saw that in the data a couple times, like section single. And then the lot number should always be an integer. So that's what we know. And so this is really where regex is going to shine for us to help try to make some sense of these user entered values here. Because this is literally just a string and the user can say whatever they want. So some of it's not going to make sense, but we're going to get as close as we can. And then I'm sure there's going to be edge cases that I'm going to have to try to fish out of there myself. But yeah, so that's the next thing we're going to do. So we'll have def extract grave location. I'm going to pass in the location tag, which we already have, from earlier on in our extraction here, right? We pulled it out. So we have the tag, and we're going to pass it into our function here. If there is a location tag, which there may not be. In this case, many of well, I wouldn't say many of the graves. Some of the graves don't have any location data at all. So if it doesn't exist, if it's fine, we'll just leave it empty. If it does, then we want to go in there and we want to retrieve only the value from within the strong tag. So we only care about this part. So just go in there, get the data from the strong tag, tag.find, look for the strong tag, get the inner text, and strip off any extra white space. And yeah, if the location tag exists. And then also too, I think I found at least one example where like there was a location tag, but there was no text in it. It was like empty. So I'm also just going to do a second check here to say if that even exists. Otherwise, just empty string. So get the location text, and then we're going to try to match on both the section and the lot. So this is where we get into some gnarly regex. And again, I did not write this regex. I used a regex generator, and you should too. Because this is utter nonsense. Yeah. So essentially we're doing a search again, right? Like we did before, and then trying to match against either the full word section, or just part of the word. So we could either be matching on sec or section, and then any number of characters after that, right? So any number of characters after that, and also ignoring case, and the value we're checking is the location text. Thank you for the hydrate, by the way. So this is just saying, all right, match either this part of the word or the whole word and any number of, like, a space and then any number of characters. Yeah, any number of spaces followed by, that's a good summary. Any number of spaces followed by any number of letter characters of upper or lower. Right, and it won't match any numbers or special characters. Exactly, because I know, just based on my knowledge of the cemetery, the section values should not have any special characters and they should not have any numbers. There is like no section 1, 2, 3. There's only either a letter or like the word single, meaning like just a separate grave. So from what I know about the cemetery, that should be the only things that matches. Anything else is nonsense. And then we'll also look for the lot. And this one's a bit simpler. Again, we're doing a search here. And this one is just searching for the lot text. So it's just searching for like a digit, like an integer, anywhere in the string. So I guess now as I'm looking at this, I was like, oh, I should have been more specific about this by searching after the word lot, but meh, I don't know, it seems to work. It's really just searching for integers in the string. Yeah. All right, and so after that, we're assigning the section as whatever the result is from this match string. And once again, to get the actual just the text and nothing else, we have to say group. And then from there, oh yeah, and this is wild too. So I want the text, and I only want I don't want the word section. I just want the letter value, like the last letter value or the last word or letter in the string. So for this, I'm going to split the result, and I want to get the last value in the list, and I'm going to convert it to uppercase. So this looks gross, but essentially all it's doing is saying, hey, for whatever matched the word section and then some letters and stuff, just get the section value, whatever it is, whether it's a word, whether it's a letter, whatever. Split it up, get the last value in the resulting list, and convert it to uppercase. So, and in the end, that's going to look something like this. So, these are all just single letter values, but then there's the word single maybe occasionally. There's old, right? There's some other words and values in here that we have to try to capture. And so in this case, for example, this means the regex didn't work quite as intended. We still captured the word sect, but that's probably because there was no section value. It just captured the word sect. Okay. Single. Yeah. So mostly worked. There's a few edge cases I'll have to try to figure out, but for the most part, it seems to be working, even if it looks gross. All right. Max said, I appreciate your input, but I wholeheartedly disagree. I never, ever want you to say real coders don't do this or real coders don't do that. Real coders write SQL. Real coders write HTML. Real coders write hello world. Real coders can beat anybody who writes code. If you write code, you are a real coder. We should never gatekeep our fellow coders. That just turns people away from the industry, and that's how you lose talent. Yes, you might have a preference for a library that you love and you think is the best thing in the world. And it's wonderful if you want to promote it, but never, ever say that real coders do something or don't do something, okay? I'm going to give you a warning on that because this is the first time you've been here, and I appreciate having you here. But please do not call people real coders or not real coders, and do not gatekeep this profession, because anybody can do it if you have the passion to do it, and anybody can use the tools that work best for them. Okay? All right, cool. I won't say it again. Alrighty. Real coders write their code on paper like it's the 1950s. That's what I had to do in college. Hey, subtleties, welcome. Holy cannoli crisis. What are you doing out there? Whoa, crisis. Wait a hot minute. Okay, thanks, Maxat. I appreciate you taking that feedback. That's very good of you. All right. I gotta recognize crisis. Hang on a hot second. Crazy's wilding out here. Wowzers. Okay, if you just got Crisis just gifted 10 tier 1 subs. So if you just got a sub from Crisis, please thank them. Mavort, Giffelgufferin, Tactics, Zowlib, G-Demon, Dax, Arth Vader, Junebug Rollers, and Starboy. Holy cannoli, thank you so much, Crisis. That's so very kind of you. Wow. All right. Wow. I don't even know what to say. Thank you so much, Crisis. It's been a pleasure having you here. I've appreciated your feedback, especially Crisis is a very experienced developer, been in the industry for a long time, is currently in a very kind of a high level role, and so has a pretty good perspective on working as a developer and has shared a lot of great insights here in the chat over the past couple weeks. And so thank you again, Crisis. That's so very kind of you. I hope you're having an excellent weekend because you deserve it. He is absolutely a real coder, yes. Oh my goodness, Crisis. You're blowing me away. All right, K Martinez puts it really well there. The goal here is to be constructive and welcoming to support everyone who's brave enough to learn about something completely new and pretty hard. Absolutely. Yeah, 100%. I like that sentiment. Thank you. Adminware, thank you so much for the follow. Wow, I'm feeling the love today. Golly gee. Thank you all for being here, folks. Okay, what the heck was I doing? All right, we were just doing this crazy regex thing. Okay, hang on. Okay, so we assigned section, and then so yeah, if there's a section value, otherwise empty string, and then we'll do the lot, and then that'll be the last bit. All right, so lot. Oh my goodness, an anonymous gifter gave Dennis Rich a tier 1 sub. Holy cow, guys! Oh, jeepers. Also, too, if you just got a sub for any reason, whether it was from Crisis or the anonymous subs or whatever, I have some custom emotes in the emote thingy. And so feel free to, you have access to those now. I have custom emotes. Enjoy. If you're a sub, you now have my custom cute little green wolf emotes that you can use for stuff. Yeah, Deja says, I've seen implementations of both Soup and Selenium in my Fortune 5 company. Yeah, just real quick, I'm not going to get off on a huge tangent here, but one of the things we should always be cautious about is chasing after whatever is the newest thing, because in real companies, in big companies, especially Fortune 500 companies, oh my goodness, another gifter gave Richard Stallman a tier 1 sub. Thank you so much. Oh, I gotta, okay, hang on. I'm gonna pull up the thingy. Thanks for the sub, folks. Everybody, thank you so much. Something to note is that if you are in especially a large company, you are often going to be working with libraries and methodologies and code that is decades old. And so we should always take the time to learn not the most modern way of doing things, because that's often going to serve us better in our professional career. So legacy code is forever. Legacy code has a long tail, especially in a corporate environment. I tell this story a lot, but I am regularly I am regularly in charge of maintaining applications that were written in Visual Basic using .NET 4.0. The modern version of Visual Studio does not even support the version of .NET that these applications use. I have to use Visual Studio 2019 to even work on these applications. Are we ever going to rewrite them? Probably not. That's because legacy code has a long tail, right? It's just the way it works. Oh my goodness, Linus, whoever you are, anonymous gifter, that is so lovely of you. I really appreciate you, and I wish I could thank you by name, but thank you anonymously. Yeah, legacy gonna legacy, exactly. There's instances of Microsoft Access running out there. I mean, it's the Wild West, my friends. Yep. Yeah, I mean, people are still using COBOL, right? I mean, banks still use COBOL every day. That's how you try to. That's how your account transactions get processed is COBOL. Yep. Hey, admin, welcome to the stream. With new versions of Python being written with more code that needs to be typed out, do you think Ruby is now the best replacement for Python? No. I think every language is going to have its purpose, and I think that there's always whatever language is the best tool for whatever task you're trying to accomplish is what you should use it for, right? I use SQL, but I make my living from SQL, which is almost, is it 50 years old yet? Almost 50 years old. So I mean, I don't think any language is ever directly a replacement for any other. I think it's you should know when to use one thing and when to use the other thing. Whatever's the best tool for the job in that moment. I don't know Ruby, so I can't speak to Ruby, um, and I don't know what you mean exactly by Python being written with more code that needs to be typed out. I'm not quite sure what you mean. For me, Python seems particularly, I guess, efficient with its words. I mean, I don't know, but I'm coming from SQL, which is fairly verbose, so I probably have a bit of a skewed viewpoint. A lot of big names getting subs. Yeah, I don't know who's doing it, but I mean, I appreciate whoever it is. Yeah. All right. Whew. Wow. Okay, that was a dramatic few minutes there. Thank you all so much, folks. That was wild. I don't know what to say, but thank you all. You're so very kind. Also, too, if you did just get a sub for whatever reason, please, have fun with those emotes. Okay. Lot match section. Lot. All right. Last thing we're going to do is we're going to essentially whatever lot match we found. I don't want it to be a string. I want it to be an integer because if we're not careful, we're going to end up with so a lot of these lot values were met for some reason they were entered with leading zeros, and I don't want them to have leading zeros. So we're going to just grab that match value and we're going to convert it to an integer, if there is one. Match, else just empty. And then finally, now that we've kind of processed everything, we're going to I earned a hype chest. My Twitch is telling me I earned a hype chest and I don't know what that is, so forgive me 1 second. Oh, okay, I got an emote. Cool. Thanks, Twitch. Thanks, everybody. All right. Anyway, from the hype train, I got a thing. So cool. All right. So now that we have those values, we're gonna go ahead and return them, and essentially just write them straight into our CSV. Otherwise, if there is no location tag, we can just return empty values for those. And with all that being said, now I think we have everything we need because we've extracted the name, information, veteran tag, dates, and location. We've defined all of our functions to process those values. And then from there, we can just write that data into our CSV and we'll be done. So how do we write this data to our CSV? Well, I could list out every, because we're returning all this data from our function, right? A lot of it is going to be in like dictionary form. And so I could write out every single one of these fields and look inside the dictionary and retrieve every single one of the fields individually. Or there's a cool thing that I learned, and some of you probably know this already, most of you probably do, but I didn't. So, or if the format of my dictionary, let's say from my name function, if the format of my dictionary is already in the same format as my CSV fields, like everything is the same, like names and capitalizations and spelling and everything, if this order and format exactly matches my CSV fields, I can literally just say this, and say name details. So that is the variable that dictionary is stored in. So I'm calling the function, and what I get out of it is a dictionary containing all of the name fields that looks like this. And since the value, the key values and the order of those key values matches exactly what I'm writing to my CSV, I can just say ** name details, and it's going to unpack that dictionary and essentially just match each of the values to the appropriate column. So I thought that was cool. And then for veteran, I'm just going to grab veteran status. Like that. And then for birth and death day, I have those as, I have the birth date as a dictionary, and I have the death date as a dictionary. And so I'm going to need to separate those into their individual columns. Okay, so how I can do that is, I'm going to kind of copy these column names here, because otherwise I'm going to spell things wrong. So we have birthday, birth month, birth year, etc. Oops. Birth year. And then death day, month, year. Like this. And so if I have a dictionary, let's say if I have the, let's look at the birth, yeah, let's look at like for example, either one of these dictionaries, whether it's birth or death, they're going to be the same format. If I want to go into this dictionary and extract the day, what syntax would I use to do that? How would I go in here and only extract the day value from this dictionary? TV Josh says, which website is being scraped? It is findagrave.com. That's what this is where this HTML comes from. Findagrave.com. Because they don't have an API. That's why I had to do it manually. What format would I use to do this? So like if I, you can just give me the code format I could use to do this. Let me say this. What notation could I use to just reach into the dictionary and extract these values? Everything on the screen has an API if you think about it. Yeah. Yeah, I actually so for those of you who joined me a little bit later, I did contact Find a Grave directly and ask them if, I said, hey, I want to use this data for this exact reason. I spelled it out for them exactly why I wanted this information. And they said, no, we do not have any publicly accessible API, even a paid. I said, I will pay you. And they have nothing. So had to do it the hard way. Anyway, how can I access a specific value in this? What notation can I use to extract a specific value in this dictionary? So if I want to go in here and I want to get the birthday. So here, let's do this. So I'm going to go into the birth dictionary, right? How can I just pull out the day value? There is no spoon. Yeah. What's a way that I could do that? Yeah. As adminware says, I could just use bracket notation, right? Like that. And what that's going to do is it's going to go into the dictionary. It's going to look for this key value day, it finds a match. It's going to return the value of day. So it's essentially, it's just index notation, right? It's just like we would use for a list. Just go in here, look for the key value or the index value of day, and then from that, return the actual value at that location, which is whatever the day value is. Yep. So can do the same thing for month and the same thing for year. Birth month. Okay, and then I'm gonna need to do the same thing for death as well. Put in my commas. So exactly the same thing. This again. Day, month, and year. Okay, so we have all those values, and the very last thing we need to pass in is just the grave location, and that is just the section and the lot values. And so those are in the same order and the format as our headers. So I can just say star star grave location, and it's going to unpack that dictionary just as it is in the same order and write those records straight into my CSV. Comma there. There we go. Oop. Thank you for the follow, whoever that was. Oh, I missed one there. Coffee Bites, thank you for the follow. And Noble Sino, thank you for the follow as well. Good to have you here. Okay, I think we're done, folks. This was a lot, I know. But essentially, really all we did was get the details of the name, get the details of birth and death dates, get the grave location and the veteran tag, and write those into a CSV. Wow, folks. Of course, Ghibli, it's great to see you. All right, let's run this for real though. We ran it on a sample data set here, but let's run it for realsies on the large data set that has so this data set here has 300,000 lines of HTML. If we look all the way down here, yeah, it has 300,000 lines of HTML. And it has over 4,600 4,600 graves in the cemetery. So that should be our record count that we're shooting for is it's like 4667, I think, records, something like that. So we'll go ahead and save this. And should probably get rid of some of this stuff, but that's okay. And then we'll go ahead and run it. And I'm going to open GV50. And I'm going to save it to this file called parsenames_1. And let's go. Hey, Tactics, thank you so much for joining us here. And yes, thank you for thanking Crisis as well, or Crisis as well. They were very generous early and gifted 10 subs. It's nuts. Nuts. All right. Rock and roll, folks. Thank you for the stretch. Yeah, and in Midware, thank you for the first try as well. I don't know about first try. That's being very optimistic of you. Very optimistic, but I appreciate the enthusiasm. All right. Oh, and I forgot to put a completion string on here. Okay. So yeah, as I thought, we're gonna get a couple errors here. That's okay. Function object. Okay. Also, one other thing I want to add here just is a little thing to show if it is successful. I just want to add a quick print statement to show write complete. So when we're done, we'll just say print write complete. Complete. Okay. All right, so let's look at where this problem is. Looks like we are it's in our issues in our date function here. So line 68-ish is the first problem. Let's see. Okay, so let's look in here. What we got going on? Dates tag. Oh, there we go. So I forgot the parentheses on the method. So that's why it didn't like that. So let's try again. We're going to tackle only one thing at a time here. So fixing a typo, number 1. It's running. Okay. maybe you got a little farther. Let's see. Line 106. Okay. Expected 2, got 1. Okay. So line 70. So we're doing that. If there's a dates tag, we get the text. Get text.strip. Split it at the hyphen. Passing in the dates tag. Someone was buried alive. Yeah. I'm wondering if maybe I accidentally messed up the original HTML because. Oh, okay. Yeah. I bet I was typing in here and I shouldn't have been. All right. I need to keep this clean. All right. Let's try one more time. I think I may have screwed up because I was typing in the original HTML and I shouldn't have been doing that. All right. One more time. Okay. So still get the error. All right. Dates tag. So that's the function that's erroring out. And then I can do some prints in here and we can see which one might be causing the problem. So line 70. So same one. Okay. Let's see, so do that. Splitting on the hyphen, yes. Get text split if there is one. All right, so yeah, we're gonna add a print statement in here and try to see which we're gonna try to see which one it's choking on. So we'll print dates text and just see what the one what the value it's choking on looks like. Print dates text. All right. Oh, okay, because it's airing out before there. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we'll grab, yeah, something about the order of operations there. So we'll just print the tags instead. See if we can do that before the function call. That. All right. Okay, still not going to do it for. Oh, wait, nope, there it is. All right, great. Okay, so something is wrong because this is valid. This is what we're trying to go for. Perfect. Okay. So this is a valid date. So something is wrong in my date function. It's not reading it correctly. The dates printed okay before. Yes, they did. Exactly. So, and we can see here, I've print this date that's printing out. This is fine. There's nothing wrong with, like, this is exactly what I'm trying to parse. So, yeah, maybe. Let's see here. So I'm going to check both of these functions because I could have a mistake in either one of them. All right, return to the Let's see. That should be fine. Oh, wait, hang on. Okay, I don't have. Okay, yeah, I forgot my return. I forgot my return. So this function, I was calling this function, but it wasn't returning anything. So that's part of the problem. That's part of the problem. Okay, let's try one more time. Oh, and I didn't save it. Gosh dang it. Hang on. Okay. All right. The other return is missing. Am I missing both returns? What if I... Oh. Oh, if it's unknown, yeah. So I did miss both returns there. Gosh dang, wow. All right, parts. Let's see that. Mhm. Got return statement there. And then extract dates if dates tag exists. Dates tag get text strip. Split on the hyphen. Call parse date, return birth and comma death. Okay, so that should be fine. Actually, wait, hang on. Let me do this. I don't think this is going to matter, but if anybody spots anything, feel free to, shout it out. But this is always the fun part, is the troubleshooting. Troubleshooting isn't a bad thing either. This is a good skill to have as you're looking at something. If you can just sort of work through it logically and figure out where the problem might be. So let's see if we get into this. Let's see. I'm going to see if can I print parts? Let's see if we can get that far. All right. Okay, still not quite. Okay. So it's trying to go through this. I wonder if I'm using the wrong hyphen. I'm going to copy this hyphen directly and use that. I bet it's the wrong hyphen. I bet that's it. I bet it's that special hyphen, that stupid special hyphen. You know, what do they call it? There's like 2 types of hyphens, but one's like longer than the other. Let's try that. End dash? Okay. Hey, check it. All right, we got closer. Yeah, that's it. That was it. It's that stupid special hyphen. Check it. All right. So we still had an error, but we got partway through it. Yep. Yep. Look at that, folks. So yeah, still an error. So still something going on one of them, but yeah. Yeah, freaking Unicode, man. All right. Cool. Great. Okay. So that's progress. So we still got cannot unpack not yeah, so there's something that's a none type here, which shouldn't be possible. Everything should have a birth and death date. So we're gonna run this more time and try to figure out which record it's actually crapping out on. So in order to do that, let's see if we can print the name URL. So I'm going to figure out which. I don't need to print the full dates tag anymore. I am just going to print the name URL and figure out which record it's choking on. So this will tell us exactly which record it thinks is bad, and we'll see what's going on with it. So print that, and then yeah, we'll go that. We'll just do that. Okay. Yeah, all right. What's going on with you, Rudy D. Guillermo? Let's find that one and see what's up. All right, Rudy. What's your deal? Dang it, Rudy. Okay. See if this is the one. Yes, that's Mr. Guillermo. Ah, look at that. Okay. Fun. Birth and death dates unknown. Tactics says coding. When a different error is cause for celebration. Honestly, yeah, that shows progress. Like, hey, I got an error, but it's different. Yeah, that means so yeah, this one's fun. Birth and death dates unknown. Okay. All right. So I wonder why this didn't cause me a problem before, but hey, whatever. All right. So we need to handle that. because Rudy has to be special. I could do, I could just say if it contains unknown, I could say if the date string contains unknown, could do that. What do we think, chat? Actually, but it would probably still fail on the split, right? Birth and death dates unknown. Yeah, I'm gonna check and see here. Sec. Yeah, okay, so those are empty in my first data set. So I'm trying to figure out what the difference is there. So I don't necessarily want them all to be null. I feel like they should both be unknown. So I'm gonna have to revise that logic a little bit because I never want all of these records to be null. I want there to be, if it's not known, it should be unknown. -I. Yeah, I could do. I don't really know the debug mode beneath the error like using. Yeah, well, I know that what's causing it is the fact that this doesn't fit the expected format. So this date doesn't have a hyphen in it, and so it can't do the split on the hyphen. And so when it does, so essentially what my function is expecting is that it's going to be able to split on the hyphen, and you're going to end up with a list with 2 elements. So when I then go try to do this map, so it's going to split the string on the hyphen, and then it's going to try to do a map and map the first element to this variable and the second element to this variable. But since there's no hyphen in that string, it's just creating a list with 1 element. And so when it tries to do this map, it can't map both values to both variables. So that's what's causing the error. I'm just trying to think of the best way of how I want to handle it here. So let's see. So we got there. I'm just curious here. I'm checking against my earlier version, just trying to see what the difference is, if there's one. Get the text and strip it out, split by the hyphen. Yeah, so. Yeah, probably. Check for hyphen if exists. Check for unknown in both halves. Yeah, it could be. So, yeah, we could check and see if contains hyphen. One thing, I'm just going to do something here really quickly. Just curious. Try it. Essentially, I'm just trying to compare against the first version that I did, trying to see, because the first time I did this, it worked. That record, it did write nulls to all the fields, which is not necessarily what I want. But it did work. It just wrote nulls to all the records. So it essentially acted like it was a none. So I'm just comparing these two really quickly. So let's see here. Yeah, so that looks the same. That's fine. Yeah, huh. I wonder why it worked the first time. That's what's confusing me, is why the first time I ran this with my first version, there's got to be a difference somewhere. So that's just what I'm trying to figure out. All right. Well, I'm not going to drag things down too much. What I am going to do is I'm just going to try this. Okay, hang on. New data added from the source a second time. I'm working off the same HTML file though. Is what's killing me. Okay. that's what's confusing me. So I'm just going to run a quick little experiment here. I'm going to remove both of these functions. I'm going to paste in the functions that I used in my first version. And we're going to see if this works. If it does, I'm going to be very confused because I have no idea what I did differently. Zoom. Okay, well, something was different. I still don't know what it was. Oh, jeez. Because, yeah, that worked. Clearly, I had something different between what we just built today and the very first time I did this, and it worked, when it worked. I feel that. Yeah, right? It worked on my machine. Yeah, that's the classic programming conundrum, right? All right, so it worked. I'm going to take one more pass at this, see if I can figure it out, but I'm not going to stress about it too much. Semicolon, yeah. If only. All right, so comparing these two functions, I'm going to grab the first function, put it right next to the next one. It's always, I know, it's gonna be a syntax thing somewhere, and so whoever figures it out gets a cookie. All right. Okay. I'm not going to spend too long on this. I don't really care that much, but I mean, I have an extra indent here, but that shouldn't matter. Okay, and the second one here, passing in the tag, birthday, death date, none, none. If dates tag, dates text, get text strip, do the map, hyphen. I have, single quotes versus double quotes, but again, shouldn't matter. Wait, is that a space there? No, it's not. Just checking. Nope. Okay. How fun is it to find a syntax error in a language without? I was just thinking the same thing, Holly. I was like, gosh dang it, these indents are gonna kill me. Yeah, no curly braces, man. That's rough. Yeah. I see no differences here, but one of them works and one of them doesn't, and it's going to bother me. I'm sure there is. I'm sure there's a VS Code extension to help with it. But while I'm learning, I don't like to have extra, while I'm learning a language or like a new framework or whatever, I don't like to have extra extensions enabled because then it just makes me forget how to actually do it. So it's more of a personal preference. Okay, so this is, like I said, I'm not going to spend too much time on this. I know if I paste in the good ones, they work. Yeah, I see no difference here. White space. Yeah, there is a white space difference. Birth, death, and return tab lower on the second. Um, yeah, but it's all tabbed equally though, right? So it shouldn't make a difference, but maybe it does. I don't know, man. All right. Parse date. So I guess I'll just tab this in one more to match. Yeah, the indents are definitely different. But I mean, but as long as they're indented equally, it shouldn't matter, right? As long as they're indented, equally to each other, at least from my understanding, it shouldn't matter, but maybe it does. Okay, I'm going to match indents exactly. So, okay, that looks the same. Okay. And then, so this one has an extra indent there. I think some of this was from the copy paste too. Okay, these need to be, let's see, this, okay, it needs to go there. These need to be, so as long, these are all in line now, so that should be good. Okay, I'll get rid of this. And I'm also going to take this exactly as it is. There. Okay. All right, one more try, folks. So these are my original functions. I've matched the indents exactly, theoretically, to the original. And day. Okay. All right, let's try again. Okay. Maybe it was the indents. I still don't understand that though. Because if the indents are all aligned with each other, right, it shouldn't matter whether it's like this or if it's like, all indented over one together. Oh, you found something. Okay. All right. Pre-edit in extract dates. In extract dates, birth, death, and return were tabbed lower than the if statement. Okay. They were? Okay. All right, I'm going to back that out real quick just to see. I think they were, so this is where they were originally. This is pre-edit. So I think I moved everything. Oh, wait, no, I see what you mean. Ah, yeah, okay. So, yeah, all right. I get it. I get it. I get it. Okay, thank you, Crisis. That's a great catch. All right, so this is why white space is so tricky. This is why I wish we had frickin' curly braces, as Holly said. So, oh boy. All right, so yeah, I accidentally put these values here inside the if statement. So, yeah. As Crisis says in no uncertain terms, I hate white space delimited languages exactly. So the difference is that the way I wrote this originally, all of these values are inside the if statement and they should not be. Because we want this else to handle if there is no valid option. Really, this should be unknown. I want this to not be none. I want it to be unknown. So a little on the fly edit there. Known. So that should do that. And that should take care. So yeah, essentially what was happening then is, so since my birth, death, and return statements were included inside the if statement, there was no else clause to handle that case where it just couldn't handle the string, like the string. It was a completely unworkable string. Like it couldn't process this. And so rather than hitting the else and just returning that, it essentially just had nothing to work with. It had nothing to return. So the proper thing should have been these values in the if statement, and then the birth and the death variables getting assigned no matter what. So there should be no case in which the birth and death values are not assigned. It's just their value depends on if we were able to get anything out of the dates tag or not. Otherwise, it should have been, we should have had a fallback, essentially, is what I'm saying. Whereas we didn't here because it was all wrapped up inside the if statement accidentally. So great catch. Thank you, Crisis. This is why white space delimits are so tricky. Yeah, so if we do that, that should be fine. Oh, of course, Adminware. I'm glad you enjoyed this stream. Thank you. TV says, I only run into the problem with the lack of curly braces every year or two. Yeah, gosh dang it. I miss curly braces. Oh. But I guess, yeah, I don't know. SQL doesn't have curly braces either, but it's also not the same type of language. All right. I'm just really quickly checking my indents on my other functions here. Should be okay. All right. Well, let's see if we hit any other roadblocks. So I'm going to try to run this one more time now that I kind of fixed the originals here. And see, this if statement is correct. That's fine. It's got an extra indent now, but I don't care. All right. Kick it. Right complete. All right. Here we go, folks. Let's see what we look like. Give me 1 second to get into this folder. Okay, so real quick, just if you've not worked with Excel a lot, you might not know exactly how to, handle these types of, records. So how you can quickly kind of format a CSV file is just by selecting all of the values and then going to the data tab and saying text to columns. And then you can choose your delimiter. So in this case, it's going to be a column and comma, and we can finish. Okay, great. So I see, first thing I see is it looks like the names look good, but we don't have the section or the lot information. So that's not being written. The other values, though, look peachy. We aren't going to have very many prefixes in this data, I don't think, but I do see a couple. There we go. Private, doctor, cool. The third, junior, senior, all those things, great. I'm seeing birth dates and death dates that look good. So we're missing section and lot, but we're getting closer. All right, so that's probably another indent issue. Okay, let's check at that one. If I know me. Because I know that this is the time during when all the sub stuff was happening, so I'm very not surprised that I missed something. Oh, ha! I found the issue already. It's right here. It's not string, it's strong. We're not looking for a tag called string. We're looking for a tag called strong. So that was just a straight up spelling error. Check a quick. This regex should be fine. Check that. Split. Pass back the section and lot. Otherwise, okay. Let's try one more time. I'm going to close this file so it doesn't yell at me. Don't save. Okay. I'm going to get rid of my extra print statements because I don't need those anymore. Save. All right. Go, baby, go. Oh, I still have a print statement in there. Oh, well, doesn't matter. Okay. Did you open? Come on, baby. Open up. There it goes. All right. Zoom in a little bit so y'all can see that. Data, text columns, delimited, comma delimited. There we go. Hey, yay, look at that. We've got section and lot data. We are cooking, folks. This looks good. This is exactly what I want. Woohoo! Holly, I like that. I like that Python.org link that you posted. Add curly brackets to Python, please. Yes, please, dear God. TV Josh says, "Don't you want the dates info if it can't be parsed?" I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. In this case, these are blank because they don't exist. So, for example, there is no day or month. So, like, there's just a year value for this. And occasionally, it will legitimately say, like, if there is no day, month, or year, it should just say unknown. That should be all we have. The text that can't parse the original text. Potentially, I don't know how much I care. Just because for these ones here, like for potentially for the unknown values, and we'll see how many there are. Let's just do a quick table here and just filter it. So I may just be I'm going to be going around to a lot of these graves by hand and attempting to verify some missing information. So, oh, here's a fun one. It says March. All right, let's look at that. So there aren't that many unknowns. I'm going to be probably going down around to these graves by hand, and going around to these graves by hand and trying to verify the dates myself. So I don't really care what the original was. I'm just going to see if I can figure it out from what's on the grave. Or if there isn't one, then it should just be unknown. I don't want any other value. I don't care what else they might have put in there. I just want unknown. And I'm not going to use Excel dates for this either, because the point of this data is not to be looked at in Excel. So I don't want to use Excel date formats actually, because I'm going to be putting this into a database. And so I'm only using Excel to look at this just to see how it looks and to see if to see if things look reasonable. That's the only time I'm going to be looking at this data in Excel. Other than that, it's going straight into a relational database, and it's going to be queried within the app that I built. So, yeah. This is just a sanity check. That's all this is. So we've got one funky date here. So let's see what's going on with infant girl. That's too bad. See what's going on with this record. See what that date looks like. For onesie twosies here, like I'm not super worried about it. These little edge cases, little funky ones, it's more of a balance of how much do I want to try to correct for it in code versus just fixing it in the data before I load it into the database, So, all right, let's see what the date looks like. Okay. It's the one date in the entire set that legitimately only has a day and a month. The other ones are all fine. But yeah, 12 March. Okay, yeah. So it was a short life, which is why. So this really should have been 15 March 1910. All right, so let's see if we can look at the death dates and see if we see any like that as well. I'm glad that there's not other dates that look like that. That's the only one. I'm glad there's not more. Okay, the death dates look good. Yep, only valid months there. Yeah, that's that one weird one, I think. The rest are all valid months and birth months. Yep, and only valid birthdays or blanks. Perfect, great. Okay, veteran should only have yes or blank. Suffixes, let's see what we've got there. Yeah, wow, we've got a fourth. So somebody's the fourth of something. Second, third, fourth, junior, MD, or senior. And then last names. Last thing I want to check here is last names. All I'm looking for here is just, is there anything that doesn't look like a valid last name? Like maybe a suffix that got sucked into the last name field? Something like that. Okay, we've got a special character that's not being handled. We'll have to check that. That's all right. And honestly, I could just go ahead and upload this into the database and it'd probably be faster to query it, but that's okay. Excel has its uses sometimes. Through here, we can see we've got some double last names here, and that's what we want, right? We want to see, even if it has a space in it, we want to capture both of those values. We've got names with, single quotes in them, like O'Donnell. Triple last name. And other than that one special character, these look good. Let me see if I can find that special character again. No, gotta do this unselect. Yeah. Okay, so I'll have to take a look at this and see what's going on with that one special character, but that's really, overall the formatting looks good. All right, I'm pretty happy with this, folks. I think this data is ready to essentially be loaded into the database, which we will do the next time I see you. Yeah, it'll be hey Alice, welcome to the stream. Hello. That's a cute little duck emoji. Uh, they say, hi, could you add a calculation for age at death? That's not a bad idea, actually. I kind of like that. Trying to think if I, yeah, actually, that's not a bad idea. I like that. I'm gonna note that down. Otherwise I'll forget it. I'm not gonna add it right now, but yeah, I mean, I do like that idea. It's just having an extra field in there, just showing, yeah, age at death. Yeah, I don't know where my notepad went, but oh, here's a pen. Cool. I don't have a notepad, but I do have an old vet bill for my dog, so that's what it's going to get written on. Oh, wait, no, here's my notepad. I don't know about you all, but even though I write code for a living, I still write most of my notes. I still write most of my notes by hand. I don't. Does anybody else do that? Does anybody like prefer writing notes on paper? Because I certainly do. I write all of like my reminders and stuff on paper, which feels weird, but that's where we are. Subtlety says, "Are these public records?" Yes, they are. This is all, and good reminder for me to stress that again. None of this is private information. All of this is publicly available on the Find a Grave website. None of what you're seeing here on the screen is private or restricted or paywalled in any way. All of this is public, and you can go look it up right now on findagrave.com without an account. Hey, Icon, welcome to the stream. But yeah, thank you for that suggestion, Alice. I really dig that, and I think I will add that in as potentially an extra field. So what we're going to do, as I mentioned, is the next time I see you all, we are going to be adding this information to a relational database in Supabase. And so if you're interested in how relational databases look, or how you set one up, you might want to tune in for that. Or if you're just curious, how we can use SQL to query data in a database. We're going to be doing some of that too, just to kind of check values and that type of thing. Digging up some records, yeah. Yeah, but I will say up front right now that there will not be a stream next week because I'm going to be spending my weekend next weekend walking around the graveyard and trying to fill in some of this missing information. So the best thing we can do, I've used the information that I have at hand here. There's obviously some missing information, so I'm gonna have to go walk around and see what I can find myself based on, the data that we have, which is the graves, whether it's locations or birth dates, death dates, names, I don't know, whatever. If there's any missing values, I'm gonna try to fill those in just by literally walking around. So it's supposed to be decent weather next weekend, so I'm gonna try and do that. Yeah, I like that, Alice. Yeah, yeah, and there's a couple of those types of, you know, memorials in the graveyard, unfortunately, right? In every graveyard there's a few of those, and yeah, and I like that idea. That's a great idea. And Junebug says, I'm listening to this while I'm at work every Sunday. Thank you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So many folks listen to me just like they have me on audio only while they're cooking or they are at work or whatever. Yeah, that's awesome. I like that. That's I'm glad that my voice is worth listening to, I guess. All right, folks. So I think we're gonna wrap it up for today. And like I say, there'll be no stream next Sunday because I'm literally gonna be walking around and looking at graves, trying to fill in missing information. And then the next week after that, we are actually going to be loading this data in. Like I say, the app is already built, so it's going to be basically loading in the data, running some tests, doing some test searches, making sure everything's works, and kind of presenting that as a minimum viable product to the museum board, make sure they're happy with it. And then from there, we might be adding some subsequent features. Like I mentioned earlier, I might need some help figuring out how to build like an interactive map so that, if I have a map, can I map these individual graves like to their actual locations without having to do it by hand? Is there a way to do that programmatically? I don't know. So thinking about stuff like that, right? Yeah. Okay, folks. Yeah, it does sound cool, right? It's gonna be neat. Yeah, I look forward to because like I say, the app is built. I just need to hook this data into the back end, make sure that my queries coming from my front end match the data in the back end. So I might have to do a little tweaking there because I don't remember what fields I used last time. Um, so maybe do a little bit of tweaking on like the exact nature of my queries that are coming from the front end. But overall, I think it should be pretty plug and play. But I mean, famous last words, right? Everybody says, "Oh, that sounds easy, right?" And then it, all blows up. So we'll see. It might all blow up. Who knows? Um, but yeah, I think that's about it. I do like to take a little time at the end of my streams to just kind of take questions or chat about whatever y'all like. We've gone pretty over time today, but that's fine. I still do want to take like 15 minutes or so here at the end. If any of y'all have any questions for me, anything you'd like to talk about, personally, I'd like to talk about Severance, the new season of Severance, but I also don't want to give spoilers. So I am very much into Severance. I'm pretty active on the Severance subreddit, that show on Apple TV. So Severance Apple TV Plus is the subreddit. So yeah, I'm pretty active there. You won't know it's me though. I use an alt. But I'm pretty active there, and the theories are flying, folks. I don't know. Are there any other Severance fans out there? Blame it on the one. Thank you so much for the follow. Good to have you here. Any other Severance fans? There's got to be at least one of you. Because I love it. It's like my favorite TV show of all time. Personally. Don't panic, says I literally cannot wait for the next episode. Holly, it's a TV show on Apple TV Plus. It's literally the reason I subscribe to Apple TV Plus, for that one show. It is my favorite show of all time. It is about a I don't watch Holly says I don't watch TV. I don't have a TV. I just watch on my computer occasionally. But yeah, Severance is a sci-fi show, kind of sci-fi-ish, like modern sci-fi, about a man, or well, I guess about a world where it's possible to undergo a procedure called severance, where you literally make it so when you go into work, there's a chip in your brain that essentially creates a separate version of you that only exists while you're at work. So you go into work, the chip activates, and it switches. It's like dual booting an OS, right? It's like you have one OS, like you've partitioned your brain. So that version of you, there's a version of you that only exists at work, and they don't remember anything about their outside life. So they literally, their whole world is work. They only exist at work, and then the outside you doesn't remember anything that you did at work. So essentially, it's like you go into work, the chip turns on, and then you wake up after work without knowing anything that happened for the past 8 hours. Whereas the inner you, or the innie as they call them, only exists at work. And so, they wake up every morning, I guess, coming out of the elevator. And then at the end of the day, they go back into the elevator, but they're immediately coming back out of the elevator the next day. So they never know sleep. They never know the outside world. They are just the inner version of them. And so, oh, hey, Sai, welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. I will answer your question in just a second. Yeah, it's basically like the ultimate NDA. And so the company that does it is called Lumen. And the big mystery of the show is like Lumen is like this all powerful company. It's like, okay, what do they do? And the main character of the show is called Mark. And he chooses to undergo the severance procedure after the death of his wife as a way to sort of escape his grief. He's played by Adam Scott from Parks and Recreation, if you know him. He played Ben Wyatt on Parks and Recreation, but here is more of a dramatic role, and he's really good in it. But yeah, so he plays this guy who tries to escape his grief after the death of his wife, and things start to happen at work, and it's a big mystery. I don't know. It's a great show. I love it. I can't really describe it. It's produced by Ben Stiller, and it's fantastic. Yeah, I could gush about it forever. Wazzy says, what will we be working on after 2 weeks? Well, it's basically what I said, where we're going to be loading that data into a database, into a relational database, and just testing it with my app that I've already built. So we're going to be testing the existing app against this new data that we've just finished sort of refining today, and make sure that everything works as expected, basically. I want to throw my own party with flapjacks instead of a waffle party. Yeah, exactly. Dope Panic says, you might enjoy the official Severance podcast hosted by Ben Stiller and Adam Scott. Yeah, I'm working my way through that, actually. It is really good. I love it. Seventh season one last episode was awesome. Yeah, it was. That was the episode. That was probably the episode of television where I was the most tense in my entire life. Like I was literally like, fist clenched. Yeah, it was wild. Uh, but yeah, Sai, welcome to the stream. They say, which programming fields are worth it to learn and get a job? Whichever one you like. I would say, since you specified getting a job, I will say it's good to be familiar with what jobs want in your area. So, even if you want remote work, I would look, I don't know where you live or anything like that. Just look for jobs in your area, your municipality, your state, if you live in a small country, maybe your country. Um, you live in Germany. Okay. So, yeah, if you live near one of the big cities in Germany, then just search for jobs in that city and see what skills they look for. See what tech skills they want. What languages do they have in common? What are the most popular languages on those job postings? And then maybe go for that. Um, of course, maybe if you have an area of interest, like I like data, I like backend, so I gravitated toward that. But yeah, I mean, if your goal is really just to get a job, then just look at what's popular in your area and go for that. But I would suggest my one suggestion to you is pick. So, you're going to see a bunch of languages that are maybe common. Pick one and learn one thing at a time. Like learn one language at a time. Don't try to learn everything all at once. It's not going to work. Just pick one thing at a time, learn that, build something with it, and use that on your portfolio. And then if you need to learn more, right? Like if that's not working for you in your area or whatever. Oh, okay. You know front end, a little JavaScript and React. Okay, perfect. Then why not just continue with that? Why not just learn more React and build projects that you can have on your portfolio if you already know some? And if you have design skills, you could be a front end designer. But yeah, maybe you could just get a little bit better. You could just get a little bit better at JavaScript and React and start building out some more robust projects. And there's your portfolio. What's your answer, Sai? Or sorry, what's your question? You can ask. You don't have to wait for me to stop talking because I'll just keep talking. While you're asking your question, Sai, TV Joss says, "Did you just clone the whole site with wget?" No, I literally just grabbed the one element of the HTML that I wanted, which is this search list right here, boop, and I just copied that attribute. But yeah, I know you can use wget and some other tools. But yeah, what's your question, Sai? I'm a dev now, money win. Yeah, it's rough out there. Why you switch from C# to HTML to Python to everything in programming? Which programming is mine? So here's why I do that. So I actually don't get paid for like I don't work with I don't work with Python or HTML, CSS, JavaScript, or even really C#. I don't work with any of those for a living. That's not what I'm not employed as that type of dev. I'm actually employed as a SQL dev. I work with data. So I write SQL, which for my day job, which makes me money. So all the stuff that I do here on stream is more of like a hobby. It's fun for me. This is an exploration of languages and fun things. So this is not, me pointing in one particular direction and saying this is how you get a job or whatever. This is more of like, hey, these are all the fun things you can do with these different languages, and this is me learning these different languages to do fun things with them. Sai says, you're a teacher? Kind of. I'm a volunteer teacher with a nonprofit called 100 Devs. But a lot of the stuff that I do here on stream is fun for me too. It's more of just, hey, what's a fun project? Or the project we worked on today was a volunteer project I'm working on for a local museum where I'm building them an app. They aren't paying me any money. I'm just building them an app because I want to, because it's fun. So yeah, a lot of it, I am a teacher. I teach a lot of material related to the 100 Devs full stack course, but also a lot of it's just fun for me. Oh, 2 years? That's awesome. Yeah. But yeah, some once you kind of have that position, then you have a little bit of an ability to branch out and explore other things as well. Oh, thank you, Saya. That's very nice of you. All right, folks, we got about another 10 minutes before we're going to wrap up. Any other questions or anything? Anybody has? Good luck to you, Saya. Yeah, look for what's popular in your area, in your city, and just pursue that. Or you already have some front end skills, you already have some React skills. You could just keep going with that and go for full stack, maybe. Or just build out some cool projects and have a good portfolio. Of course. Yeah, that sounds like a great place to start, Say. Go to your job center and ask them. That sounds like a fantastic idea. Because they're going to have a better idea than I will as to what your area actually needs, especially since I don't live in Europe. So they're going to have a much better idea. I am I am extremely American. But not in the bad way. I feel like I have to clarify that nowadays. In America, is Job Center too. Um, uh, kind of. We don't really have regional job centers. We have what we call temp agencies, where like you can get temporary work, and they'll go in and give you temporary work. But we don't really have like guidance guidance centers, um, where they like you can go in and they'll like tell you how to get jobs or whatever. Um, yeah, in America, we're all expected to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps, so to speak. Don't Panic says, I'd love to practice with a smaller data set, but not sure where to start looking for HTML to scrape. Any website that you want. And you can make a smaller data set just by copying smaller amounts of HTML. So, I mean, really, you could pick any site that you want. I mean, simpler sites are going to be easier. So, I mean, like, you could do like the Python, like you could do the Python for everybody site, right? Try scraping that. Look at the HTML, see if it looks scrapable, see if you can get some of that. This is going to be a very simple site. It doesn't have any ads. It doesn't have any cookies. It doesn't have any, none of that, no tracking or anything. It's going to be probably pretty simple HTML. Uh, you could go into the lessons and see if you could scrape the links, see if you could go in here and see if you could go in here and extract all the links, right? Try that. So that's a place to start. Yeah, Crisis really summed up the job center question pretty well. In the United States, we have a mixture of like federal government agencies, meaning agencies that cover the entire country, and state level government agencies. So inside of our individual, all 50 states, they're all going to have their own agencies and laws and regulations. And so we don't have a single federal job agency. Uh, there's, like Crisis said, there's a lot of nonprofits. Some states have job resources, many of them don't. Like with a lot of the issues in the United States come from the lack of standard services across different states. So some states will have really excellent services for things, some states will have none. It really just depends on the states and where you live. So it's kind of a roll of the dice. Where you're born really determine in the United States really determines your level of success in some areas. Yeah. Ark says, hi, do you share the Python code you have written here? I haven't shared it yet. I do plan to. I do have a GitHub where I share a lot of my code. So I do plan to put this out here. I want to refactor it a little bit more. There's a couple things I want to fix, like the date parsing thing. I want to make it, I want to actually do better. I want to actually do date parsing. Once I've done that, I will share it on my GitHub repo. You can do !GitHub to get a link to my GitHub repos. And I'll share it there once I feel like I'm happier with it. Sai says, where in America is your city? I'm not going to tell you exactly, but I will say it is in what's called the Midwest, which is the area, if you're looking at a map of the United States, It's the area around the Great Lakes. So we have this sort of that arc of lakes. It's kind of the area around there. Um, I'm from that region of the country, I will say. Yeah. We call it the Midwest, even though it's in the eastern part of the country. So that makes a lot of sense. It's the Midwest because the United States took a long time for the United States is very big. So the United States is very big, so it took a long time for people to get for settlers, I should say, to get all the way across it. And so when the states were kind of being planned out, the Midwest was truly toward the west of the country. And then, you know, a few hundred years later, now we've gone a lot farther west. So that's why the Midwest is kind of the eastern part of the country. Hey, Tyler, welcome to the stream. They say, I was taught at my college to use PHP for backend. Is this still needed? Yeah, I mean, PHP is less popular than it used to be. But I wouldn't say that nobody uses it. A lot of companies still use PHP for backend. So there's, you learning an older language or method is not necessarily a bad thing. I would say it's probably also worth learning, newer methods as well. But knowing PHP could be very helpful and could land you a job potentially if a company uses PHP in its stack. And a lot of companies do. So PHP is still fairly popular at larger companies for their web platforms. And yeah, so I would say PHP is not a bad thing, but there are newer methods of building backends now. Yeah. And yeah, like all too swiftly, they say PHP is making a comeback. You might be right. Absolutely. Could be. So I would say not a bad thing, but also not the only way to build a backend. So I myself don't use PHP. I never learned it, not because it's bad, just I never learned it. So I mean, I just build backends in JavaScript. Yeah. When you have a project, which project management method do you use? Like at work, we use like agile. So we use like a Kanban board, like a, card wall where we move things across the card wall. Um, I mean, but I don't know, whichever whichever works, right? That's how we use, we break it down into little tasks and we move cards across a card wall. That's how we do projects at work. I don't know if that's what your question is. Yeah. PHP is good for email implementation for website. Yeah, I mean, people use that for email implementation. Yeah. Like I say, it's not bad. It's just there's a few different ways of doing it, and PHP is one of them. Yeah, we can. Yeah, we use tools like Trello. We don't use Trello specifically, but it's a tool that does the same thing as Trello. They're all the same. It's just you could, I mean, you could use post-it notes on the wall. It would work the same way. You could be moving post-it notes across lanes on a wall and it would work the same. Um, it's just that methodology. Yeah. All right, we're gonna go ahead and pull up a raid window here so we can raid somebody, spread some love, and I can eat some dinner. Um, but I have enjoyed hanging out with you all today. We had a lot of fun. And you all gave me some great suggestions on how to improve the data that I'm collecting and how I'm parsing it as well. Oh, Blaine, thank you so much. They say, it was sort of motivating hearing you say that you mainly focus in SQL for your job and use all these other things as a hobby and educator. Yeah, absolutely. I started with VBA and went to Python, but SQL is something I use in my job now. So it's sort of motivating to know you can be in the industry just leaning into one main language. I work for a health system. Yeah, I think SQL is maybe a little bit unique in that way. Um, just because it is so uh like, I don't want to say niche. It's so purpose built to just do like one thing, right? Like SQL talks to databases. That's what it does. Uh and so yeah, I mean, that's where I have built my career, is just on SQL mostly. I do use other languages, right? Here and there, C sharp and Python a little bit and all these other things, but my primary language is SQL as a data engineer. Um, and yeah, you can absolutely be in the industry just leaning into one main language. Um, but I do suggest diversifying when you can, because that's going to make you more employable, right? But you can have a job based on just one main language. Absolutely. You don't have to know everything. You can absolutely specialize. So, but yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. And thank you too, Sai. Thank you for that. Very nice of you. All right, I'm going to pull up the raid. Don't go away yet. Because we want to spread some love to somebody else. I'm getting there. It always takes me a minute because Twitch is silly. Of course, tactics. Thank you, Alice. You're learning so much. Oh, good. Appreciate that. My dog is telling me he needs to go outside, so I'm trying to get there for him. My dog's been in the room with me this entire time for like the past 5.5 hours, and he's been very good. So he's telling me that he wants to go outside, so we're gonna get that working for him. All right. So as far as raids, we like to generally choose same category and similar or smaller size. Of course, don't panic. Yeah. Alrighty. As always, if you have any suggestions, please let me know. Otherwise, we're just going to pick somebody who looks interesting. We got somebody doing a game jam here. Tyler, the distinction between junior developer and senior developer is non-existent. Everybody's going to make up their own definitions of what they think it is, but the titles mean nothing. My first dev job, I was hired as a senior dev. So, very first dev job, didn't think I could even be a dev. They hired me as a senior. So, what does that mean? Nothing. You can be a senior just as well as you can be a junior. See, I kind of like that game jam one. Oh, and they just signed on too. Yeah, let's check this person out. Apu Games. They're doing a game jam. They just got on, so maybe let's give them some support at the start of their stream. So you think someone was faking being in any last episode? Theory of Dante's Inferno sounds possible. Yeah, I think there's some trickery going on as far as who's an innie and who's an outie at the start of this season. I would agree with you, Laylo. There's if you listen closely to the elevator sounds when they're going down at the end of episode 2, there's one person who is missing those sounds. So Ghibli says, I guess recruiters reaching out to me about senior dev roles wasn't all that wild. Absolutely not. You should go for it if you're getting that type of contact because the titles mean nothing. All right, let's check out this person. We're going to raid Apu Games. And as always, give my little disclaimer here. Please show them the same wonderful positive energy that you always show me. Please follow the same rules that you would on my stream and give them some positive vibes in whatever they are working on. All right. Ooh. Oh, it's like a full game jam. Okay. Oh, there's some presentations and stuff. I was kind of hoping it was like somebody actually building a game. Let's see. I want to find like somebody who's actually building something. Oh, here we go. Game jam grind. All right. Let's see. All right. Yeah, let's see. This person's actually building something for a game jam. Let's hit them up. As always, please, positive vibes only. Show them some love. And I will see you all in 2 weeks, okay? No stream next Sunday, but 2 weeks. I will see you all, and we are going to continue with loading this data into the database and test out the app, see how it works. Alrighty, thanks all. Raid is starting now. 4, 3, 2, 1. Bye-bye.